and a warm welcome to each of you. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Whether you're a longtime friend or a newcomer, we're thrilled to share this event with you alongside our co-hosts at CFA Societies Alabama, Sacramento, and Cyprus. Hundreds of attendees are joining us from around the world, and a very special hello to our dear friends at CFA Cyprus, who've gathered as a society to stream today's event together in person. If you haven't already, don't forget to open your chat box and tell us where you're from. My name is Sarah Yao Schutzman, CFA. I'm a founder and managing partner of Providence Heights Capital Management, a hedge fund based in Chicago. I'm also co-founder and president of CWIM, and it has been a remarkable journey. Those who have been with us know that CWIM was born out of friendship and shared experiences, guided by our mission to further inclusion and diversity with a focus on the advancement and development of female leaders of all backgrounds. Since our launch in 2020, CWIM has evolved into a global alliance of more than 90 CFA societies, FPA chapters, and industry groups spanning across the US, Canada, Caribbean, EMEA, and Latin America. What's even more inspiring is that CWIM started as a grassroots campaign and has since transformed into a women-founded and led 501c3 charitable nonprofit, all without any employees. Our work has been made possible by an incredible network of more than 300 society leaders and volunteers worldwide, including our fantastic co-hosts for today. Together, CFA Societies Alabama, Sacramento, and Cyprus mark 25 CFA societies globally who have now hosted CWIM events. A cornerstone of the CWIM community has been its remarkable ability to foster unique conversations around important topics. We are also proud to further the success of female leaders through a wide platform of initiatives, including the new CWIM Connect Global Networking Series, the CWIM Ambassadors Program, and CWIM Returnships, to name a few. Throughout our journey, we've received invaluable guidance from friends and mentors who have shaped our trajectory. A heartfelt thank you goes out to our CWIM advisors, ambassadors, and sponsors, and especially to our 3-year founding sponsors, Schroders and Gelser Investment Management, who have been instrumental in our collective success. In the coming hours, you'll have the pleasure of getting to know my dear friends and CWIM co-founders, Ariel Battoni, CFA, founder of Good Balance Financial Planning based in Los Angeles, Christine Tinker, CFA, Senior Equity Portfolio Manager at Northern Trust Asset Management based in Chicago, and Regina Gaisina, Director at RBC Capital Markets based in Albuquerque. Now I'd like to hand it over to Ariel to introduce our co-hosts. We are so excited to connect, collaborate, and celebrate with you.
Thank you, Sarah. Welcome, everyone. I'm Ariel Battoni, and I would like to invite our host societies, who Sarah said made our events today possible, to say a few words. First, I would like to welcome Adrian Hughes, Portfolio Manager of Regions Bank and representative of CFA Alabama, our co-host, who is also leading our CWIM Ambassador Program.
Thank you, Ariel. On behalf of the CFA Society of Alabama, we are honored and privileged to be a co-host to this amazing event. We have a great lineup of speakers and cannot wait to hear them. I wanted to let y'all know that I am the lead ambassador for the CWIM Ambassador Group. And if you want to get more involved with CWIM, this is a great way to get involved and learn about what all CWIM is involved in, get more involved with the activities, help promote our events, and also network. You get to meet people one-on-one. We have our own special WhatsApp group that we talk to each other, and it's just a great opportunity to expand your horizons with people and opportunities. If you're interested, please email me at ambassadors@collaborativewim.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Next, I'd like to welcome Marlene Timberlake-Diadamo, Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer of CalPERS, representative of CFA Sacramento, our co-host, and Marlene is also a CWIM advisor.
Hello. I know we're all around the globe, so I'm not going to say good morning or good afternoon or good evening, but whatever applies to you. Welcome to the event. I just wanted to really say how, on behalf of CFA Sacramento, how honored and proud we are to support the event and to partner with CM. I was trying to remember when they found me, because I think they actually found me. And we've just been great partners ever since that initial conversation. And we are really looking for ways to collaborate, to celebrate, to bring women leaders together and create opportunities and networks for them to really thrive. And that's what the ladies are all about. And it's been great fun. And I look forward to working with you. I will, since we are doing plugs, I will plug the CFA Institute's DEI committee, of which I chair, and I brought CWIM in with Sarah Maynard, who you'll hear from a little bit later, to actually chair the women's subcommittee, which is great. And so we're trying to find ways to do lots together. So thank you, ladies, and thank you, CFA.
Of course. Thank you, Marlene. We're definitely looking forward to all of those good things as well to come. And our last co-host that I'm going to ask to say a few words today is Natalie Filippo. She's portfolio manager at FiduServe Asset Management, representative of CFA Cyprus, and our third co-host.
Hello from Cyprus. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. So there's about 30 of us here today. Let me just turn my camera for everyone to say hello. I just want to say a warm welcome to everyone on behalf of CFA Society Cyprus. I am chair of the DI committee locally here, a relatively young committee formed about 1.5 years ago. Since then, I think we've taken a few good steps towards starting and stirring the conversation around diversity in Cyprus and in the local financial industry. For the last 1.5 years, we've launched our first DI mentorship program, and we've held our first event, which focused around unconscious biases in the workplace. We're extremely happy to bring this global event to our members and partners. And thank you so much, CWIM, for bringing this platform to us. About 30 people are here to connect with you and celebrate diversity. And we're very excited to dive into the engaging conversations that I'm sure will follow. So enjoy, everybody.
Thank you so much, Natalie. And it's so wonderful to see everybody in the room with you. So very, very exciting. Great. So we are going to kick it off. Our first keynote session of the day is titled Bridging Divides, Navigating a Polarized World. And we have two inspirational leaders that I'm going to introduce. Joining us is Michael Green, Portfolio Manager and Chief Strategist of Simplify Asset Management. A student of markets for nearly 30 years, Michael presented his proprietary research on the shift from actively managed portfolios and investment funds to systematic passive investment strategies to prestigious institutions, including the Federal Reserve, the BIS, and the IMF. Before joining Simplify in April of 21, he served as Chief Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Logica Capital Advisors. His previous roles include managing micro strategies at Deal Macro and founding Ice Farm Capital, a discretionary global macro hedge fund seeded by Soros Fund Management. Michael holds a degree from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania and is a CFA charter holder. Returning as a moderator for CWIM today is our friend and CWIM advisor, Marina Severanovsky. She is head of sustainability North America and leads the sustainability and environmental, social, and governance integration for Schroders Investments in North America. She collaborates with senior managers on market strategy, client communications, product development, sales, and investor management. Marina brings over 18 years of professional experience to her role at Schroders, including economic analysis, research, and financial modeling, as well as product development, strategy, and client relationship management. As we begin our program, if you haven't done so already, please also, in addition to the chat box, please open up the Q&A in your Zoom window, where you'll be able to submit questions and interact with the speakers. And with that, I am going to turn the mic over to Marina and Mike.
Hey, everybody. Thank you. So I wanted to give some context to kind of how this conversation, the genesis of this conversation was that Sarah and Ariel and I were talking many months ago now. I was in the car driving my son to a Taekwondo competition, so he got to listen to the whole thing. He's about 12 years old, so he was quite interested. And we were talking about how polarized the world has become. And unfortunately for us, it's gotten worse really since we had that conversation. So for me on a personal level, I'll just start with the human piece, right? I was born in Kiev, Ukraine, and immigrated to the US as a child as a refugee. And so clearly what's going on in my homeland and has been going on since sort of 2022 is really challenging. I'm also of Jewish descent, so now what's going on, obviously the tragedies and the war in sort of Israel and Gaza is also very personally challenging. We have family and friends there. And then, the country of my life, where I've built my life and my family, the US, thankfully is not, let's say, an active war, but clearly very, very divided as we head into the kind of next election cycle. So, it's just a really difficult time on a personal level. And then it starts to touch kind of what we do for our work as well. So I took the role, a sustainability role at the beginning of 2022, but I kind of knew that it was coming. I sort of, told my family and people knew that it was coming at the very end of 2021. And I've been at Schroders for many years as an investor in multiple asset classes. And I firmly believe in the concept of sort of sustainability and, looking at environmental, social, and governance practices of companies. I want to always have meaning in my work. When I took the role on at the end of 2021, my mother-in-law, who receives a lot of her news from one of, right, so it's like we have a spectrum of news outlets in the US, and she's on the right end of the spectrum, so she receives her news from Fox News, approached me, had never spoken to me about my work before. She doesn't work in finance, has no knowledge at all, approached me to say that she was really disappointed and worried about me because she had heard that ESG is evil. And that it hurts people, and I said, where is this coming from? And she gave me a sense of where it was coming from, right? The news that she consumes. And I thought, man, something's happening here, in terms of the culture wars that we are subject to in this country. Something is brewing, and we hadn't really heard about it yet. It was pretty early days. And of course, then we had the Russia-Ukraine conflict, challenges in markets, the spike in the oil price, all these things. And then we really had a very quick, and as we've sort of seen, devolvement, right? Devolution, I suppose, of sort of the dialogue in finance around sustainability, just as one concept, right? This is the work that I do. Again, being part of the culture wars, state against state, attorney generals and treasurers, and obviously all of this going on in Congress and the regulatory bodies. We have some regulation, immediately states are suing, and it's hard to talk to your clients. People have very different views. We have clients, institutional clients all over the country in every state. And how do we approach that with respect and with empathy to understand that, we still want to hear them? How do we make sure that they don't misjudge what we are doing just because somebody caricatures what we're doing as sort of woke or, liberal or political, whereas what we're trying to do is obviously be fiduciaries of our clients' assets. So it hits hard, I think, on every level. And that was the conversation we were having a number of months ago, is how do we navigate? We want to, again, have that empathy and respect. These are really complex issues. You still have to have those relationships. And I'm so excited to talk to Michael about this today. He's with Simplify, which I'm sure he'll talk about, but they've done really powerful work in terms of democratizing access to alternatives from kind of institutional investors to, frankly, all investors. And that sort of complexity, translating that to sort of the conversations with individual investors, I think gives you some sense of, when you are dealing with these complex concepts, how do you sort of bridge those conversations? So we have a list of very very deep questions, which, Michael's looked at. And so we'll just have it as a dialogue. We probably won't get through all of them, but maybe I'll give Michael a chance to kind of introduce himself, and then I'll get us started with some of these questions that we can hopefully both contribute to. Michael, thank you for being here.
Marina, thank you so much for having me. And it's really kind of you to give me the introduction, and candidly, the background intro in terms of what I've done in the industry is as always, a little bit surprising to hear it, described about yourself, right? So, but the really critical thing I think that you're hitting on is this issue of how do we come together in an environment in which I think we're all uncertain as to what the actual facts are, right? And figuring out ways to communicate with each other where we can actually share what the facts are or what we perceive the facts to be is kind of the really important point. So like when we talk about what our backgrounds are, it is unique to me that I worked with Canyon Partners and Soros and other places. But what I share with almost all of you is I'm a father, right? My daughter is hopefully somewhere in the audience out there listening in. I've had the chance to be a husband and continue to be so, and as long as I possibly can be, right? And I've been a child, etc. It's those common experiences that actually I think are more interesting for us to begin to explore because we become so fragmented as a society in terms of our experiences. We no longer have 3 channels to turn on TV. We no longer have a common educational process that's shared across things. And so I kind of would like to emphasize that, right? Let's figure out points of commonality as compared to points of distinction. And that may really help us actually figuring out how to improve the situation that we're actually in.
Great. Thank you. And that kind of goes to our first question, which was, in a kind of a complex and polarized world, we have a lot of significant changes happening in our natural environment, as well as obviously now geopolitics. How does embracing diverse perspectives, how can that be advantageous to, it says sort of resource management and planning for the future, but really just finding solutions? How would you sort of speak about that?
Well, I think the single most important thing that's happening is, first of all, I genuinely believe that we are on the cusp or in the process of one of the most profound changes to human society that's ever occurred. And I like to describe it in the context of asking questions, right? Or asking for help, right? If I were to transport you back to 1800 and said, hey, Marina, get me the absolute best worker, right? Your immediate thought would be, okay, I'm going to go out and find the biggest, strongest field hand who's capable of bringing strong human labor or perhaps skills in managing draft animals that are huge and powerful. And therefore, of course, it would be a man, and it would be somebody that was capable of extraordinary amounts of physical labor, right? If I were to ask you the same question in 1900 or even in 1870, the odds are very high that you would have sought out somebody with rudimentary education who could have managed people on a factory floor, because that would have been possibly the greatest source of value added that could have been done. If I were to ask you that question today, I would argue that actually, let's go just a little bit further back. If I were to ask you that question 5 years ago or even 3 years ago, you probably would say somebody who really understands how to program in computers because they're able to harness resources that exist all over the world. But I think today, actually, the single most valuable resource is somebody who can ask a question in a really interesting and novel way to tease out the information that's out there and drowning all of us. And so when you talk about diversity, diversity is all about approaching the problem from a different manner and asking that question in a different framework, right? And the wonderful thing about things like AI or the emerging technologies that exist around this is if we don't embed our biases in the systems themselves, and then we approach them with the diverse questions, we can actually come to a much greater understanding of the problems than we ever could have before.
Great. Thank you. In terms of, I guess, in your experience, what are some of those common, misconceptions or stereotypes that can hinder, these kinds of meaningful connections, especially in a politically charged environment like we're in now? And how do we kind of start to address those?
Well, I think a lot of the misconceptions that we have in the world today are around I guess what I would describe around what things are, or why we do things or why things exist, right? We have a tremendous paucity of true science understanding, right? Really understanding the scientific method, the process of hypothesis formation, null hypothesis testing, et cetera, and basically approaching the entire world from the standpoint of, man, I'm really uncertain whether I'm even asking the right question about what's going on here. Let me at least assume that I'm going to be wrong in my initial implementation or my initial framing of it, right? That's really what the scientific method is all about. It's about disproving things, right? We tend to approach the world from a confirmation bias standpoint, right? I want to find things that reinforce my perception, right? And the reason for that is diverse. One, we're all very fragile and vulnerable individual human beings, and nobody wants to think of themselves as, fundamentally uncertain and incapable of navigating this world, but we honestly cannot do it without other people, right? There's a fantastic essay written well over 50 years ago called "Nobody Knows How to Make a Pencil," right? Which is the idea that there is no one individual out there who knows how to go into the tree, go into the forest and chop down the tree and construct the, the wooden body of the pencil and burn the charcoal and then embed it in the center, et cetera, right? Nobody knows how to do it, and candidly, nobody really wants to know how to do that process. But if we want to write something down, we're incredibly dependent on a whole bunch of other people participating in that process. I would say that the biggest conceit that we kind of have today is that our individual positions and outcomes somehow are reflective of a better capability of being able to understand the way the world works. And, it's ironic because much of the language that we use in things like economics or finance is very deterministic. We use the language of behavioral finance, right? People are prone to errors. They think irrationally, et cetera. Those are like, if you sat down and had a conversation with your husband and said, you're behaving irrationally, like the next, the response is going to be hostile, right? There's no, comeback from that sort of put down. And yet we engage in that every single day in our expectations and behaviors around things. And so I just continually try to reinforce to people that things like markets, when you talk about ESG, for example, you're explicitly endorsing the idea that you're going to use the market to modify the actual outcomes in the real world, right? And that's perfectly legitimate, by the way. I just want to be very clear. I think that's perfectly legitimate to do, but you're acknowledging that your actions in the market change outcomes. And yet, weirdly, the dominant message that exists in markets today is that people can participate, that people can pile into savings vehicles like target date funds, passive vehicles, et cetera. And it's presumed that they're not impacting the medium in which they're participating. And I generally think that attitude, that general idea that somehow or another, we're not part of the problem, or we're not driving the behaviors that we see, is kind of the overwhelming ethos of the day. We all feel very unempowered, and we treat that in our behaviors and our attitudes, both towards ourselves and our peers.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to skip one because I think it's a little bit like maybe we want to get to it at the end and sort of talk about how we balance our lives. But let's get more, I guess, more granular to this, right? So, what are some red flags that you would watch out for in terms of kind of unproductive or divisive conversations? And as a financial professional, how do you, steer the discussion away from those towards sort of more constructive outcomes? And then maybe I would combine that with, like as a professional, you're trying to find common ground with colleagues and clients who have opposing views and different values. And so I guess it's just that. How do we find that common ground? How do we look out for some of those red flags and avoid them?
Well, I think part of what I was alluding to, and hopefully this came through clearly, is that anytime you view that your perspective as being the right one, right, and you're humoring somebody else in that process, you're almost guaranteed to have conflict, right? And again, so part of the language that we use both with our clients and with our peers, these ideas of, human beings as rational or irrational actors, I just think that's a really fundamental conceit. And it's also, I think it drives recruiting efforts in our industry, et cetera, right? The whole language around, and some reality, right? There's greater variability of skills in mathematics amongst men. There's a higher fraction that are an extreme high performer. Those are facts, right? But the reality is that the math that we use in our industry, that we often use to confuse and scare people out and to bestow an element of expertise, we treat that as if it's deterministic or particularly difficult to do. And the reality is most of the math we're doing, like anyone who's been a practitioner knows that the vast majority of the math we're doing is relatively simple algebra, right? We're not actually doing particularly complex equations. So when you think about those types of dynamics, just recognize where you're creating effectively barriers to honest communication, whether it's because you're humoring somebody in the communication and basically saying, okay, well, I'm the expert and I know my math skills are better than yours, or I've reviewed 70 years worth of data and you haven't, right? All those sorts of things tend to be very divisive and tend to be very unproductive. The most powerful components that I keep finding and that have really transformed the way I think about the world are actually understanding that our knowledge of the behavior of activities in economic systems, there's so much more luck that plays into the actual outcomes. We actually have mathematical techniques that we can now isolate this. And the great irony is that most evidence suggests that the division of wealth, for example, in our society, has far more to do with luck than it does with skill, right? And understanding that and appreciating that and actually embracing that in your interactions with other people, I think is really critical to having a productive conversation. I think the second thing that I would just emphasize is, when you think about trying to have a productive conversation with someone, don't pay any attention to what I say, because my daughter, as I said, is hopefully on this call. She's like, Dad's terrible at that stuff. He always asks questions that make people crazy. And that's true. And I think that's actually the point that I was going to try to make on that is, when you ask questions, almost by definition, you're making people uncomfortable, right? It feels like you're challenging them. It feels like, you're disputing their expertise or knowledge base. And I think that's the point that I would emphasize on that is part of having those productive conversations comes from your ability to, one, appreciate that when you ask questions, which is absolutely necessary, you do make people feel defensive. And then the second part of that is, as an active listener, when somebody is trying to ask you a question or challenge a point that you've made, try to treat that as a genuine inquiry as compared to a challenge to you, right? Like, I write all the time and speak all the time about my theories around the impact of passive investing on markets. I'm highly confident in my analysis on this stuff. Every time somebody asks me a question, I try to treat it as an opportunity to learn what the objections might be as compared to a threat to my expertise in the subject matter. And that's relatively recent, by the way. I just want to say that's a benefit of getting older, is that you become slightly more arrogant or confident in the actual work that you've done, the body of knowledge that you've built, and you become more interested in why other people might not see it the same way.
Yeah. I think I want to just highlight that everything you've said just now in response to this kind of how do you find the red flags, how do you find common ground, has really focused on kind of what you can do, what you do. You have not at all sort of talked about kind of, well, other people saying this, or which I think is really telling. It's about kind of what we can control in terms of our own behavior, and how we can bring ourselves like more correctly to that conversation to be more open, right? So I think that's really powerful, kind of everything you said. And it just reminds me, like I said, in this conversation that we have now, this very politicized, sort of culture war type of conversation, I think it is about how you approach, understanding that somebody can disagree with you without, being silly or disingenuous, right? They may disagree just because their priorities are really different. So I had the great good fortune for a number of years. I work for a UK-based firm, and I'm a New York person who's, grown up in New York and been educated at, fairly elite institutions and all those sorts of things. But I had this opportunity for 5 years to work in partnership with it's a firm called Hartford Funds, which is a partner to Schroders, through which we distribute mutual funds. And I covered the Midwest. And so every week for almost 5 years, I traveled somewhere between Michigan and Minnesota and Texas. So that kind of whole strip. Where a lot of folks from London and New York don't really get to be in some of those small towns and some of those places. And I think the experience of kind of coming in and knowing that somebody's first reaction towards you, again, how you bring yourself to a conversation is, is this person judging me? Do they think that I know less than they do? Who do they think they are? That kind of thing. And so you have to gain trust first before you can even convey any expertise. You were talking about kind of the scientific, sort of approach. But before anybody's mind is open to hearing anything that you have to tell them from an experience perspective, they have to trust you and how you perceive them. And so, like I said, I thought it was really powerful that everything you've said has been about how we ourselves behave, rather than kind of how other people behave. Because again, that's really what we can control, is how we come to that conversation. So really great. Thank you.
Well,
I guess
very quickly, just to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but part of what you just said actually really resonates with me, and it is something, so I write a Substack, and occasionally my Substack veers into effectively me ranting at the world, right? And saying, there are incredible mistakes that are being made. And I want to emphasize, I think there are incredible mistakes that are being made in the way that we manage our society, we manage ourselves, et cetera, including myself, right? Just to repersonalize that. But occasionally I'll get feedback from people who are also really struggling with this, and it veers into effectively what I would call unproductive frustration, right? The world is just getting worse, and it's a terrible place to be, and what can we do about it? And there was a very thoughtful question that an anonymous attendee asked in the Q&A, how can I use my investment management skills to contribute to world betterment, right? I think one of the things to really focus on and remember, and it is what I was trying to emphasize, is an element of the serenity prayer, right? Give me the ability to control the things that I do or I can control, and to know the difference from the things I can't, right? And that are outside of my control. And I guess I would just always try to encourage people to introduce the old phrase grace, right? Give yourself grace, give other people grace, give them the space to feel frustrated, to feel angry, to have a point of view without necessarily feeling that that is a damning indictment either of yourself or of who they are as individuals or of the society we all participate in.
Yeah, really, really great. Thank you. So maybe an example. Would you give us an example from your career where you've navigated successfully a kind of a highly polarized issue or situation? What strategies did you employ? What were the results? I mean, we've been talking about it more general, but like something tactile as an example would be great. And I'll see if I can think of one too.
Well, so it's interesting because in general, I would say I don't do a good job of this, right? I mean, our industry tends to attract people, myself included, who are very good at managing money, but not so good at managing people, right? Money tends to be less questioning and less demanding in terms of the interpersonal dynamics. And so I just want to emphasize that again, because, hopefully my daughter is in the audience, she's gonna be like, oh, God, that's a terrible question for my father, right? Some of the things that have been most interesting to me, again, though, come down to the component of stepping into something and realizing it's something totally different. And by and large, I would suggest that most interpersonal conflicts are about that, right? It's you asking somebody how their day went and them responding very angrily. And you're like, wow, what did I do? And it has nothing to do with you. They just found out that their grandfather died or something, right? I mean, it has absolutely nothing to do with you. And sometimes it does have something to do with you. But if that's the case, it's probably not something that you intentionally did, unless you're a jerk, and those people do exist, right? The most salient example of that for me actually would be stumbling into the Bitcoin community in 2021 and basically trying to educate particularly young people about the risks that existed within both the system as it was constructed and the societal message that was effectively being promulgated. And I have actually owned Bitcoin in the past. I stumbled upon it and found it and experimented with it very, very early on, came to the conclusion that it ultimately did not meet the objectives that it had laid out for itself. And that actually was largely verified by structural changes that occurred in the Bitcoin network in 2015. And so when I went back, I really went back to try to educate, right? And basically say, here's how things work. And what I found is that there was actually an entire social movement that existed underneath it, that it was basically a function of people being extraordinarily frustrated because they did not see the potential for their lives to deliver the opportunity that they had been promised from their childhood. And that required me to completely change the way that I framed it. Instead, it became not about the actual product Bitcoin, which I consider to be effectively a performative scam job. But it became much more about trying to understand the individuals and their frustration. And that really has actually changed my perspective on the world. It's one of the reasons that I increasingly am commenting on social issues, on why I increasingly try to share an optimistic view of the future that overlaps with a lot of ESG components, but comes at it from a completely different perspective. For example, like I would frame the problems that the world has today about as effectively an unanalysis, right? That we are scared to use the resources that we need to use to make our lives so much better because we've been convinced that the underlying story should be one of less. Right? Throughout human history and even our development as species, it's always been about grabbing more. We freed up the resources to allow for social interaction by solving the immediate food crisis that exists for every, great ape or primate. How do I feed myself today? We solved that with, traditions of harvesting and storage and solutions around all that sort of stuff, moving to calorie-dense diets, et cetera. That gave us time to actually interact and talk. And it's that interacting and talking and that those behaviors that facilitate innovation and advancement in human society. For basically the past 50 years, we've been operating under conditions of scarcity, even as we tell ourselves it's abundance. And perversely, that leads to all sorts of crazy outcomes, right? It leads to people choosing not to have families, not to have children, not to procreate, not to increase their wealth, not to, consume more or to enjoy their lives, because the perception of effectively, self-flagellation is perceived as the virtuous thing to do. So, I think those would be examples of where I've stumbled into stuff, and it's actually forced, both me to change the way I try to carry the message as well as actually what the message itself is.
Yeah, no, very powerful. You had alluded to the question that was asked about kind of how you can use your investment management skills to contribute to world betterment. So I wanted to make a comment because it ties into one of the questions that I had on the list here too. And I think, part of, those of us who, who work in markets, and especially those of us who serve clients in investment management, I think you can frame, and I think about the kind of hedonic treadmill, right? That in effect, the only way long term to be happier as a person is to believe in something greater than yourself, to have meaningful relationships with family and friends, and to actually believe that your work has meaning. The first one is more about like a higher power, right? Believe something greater than yourself. It's not money, right? There's some level at which you're comfortable enough, and then beyond that, it just you can kind of temporarily lift, or if something really terrible happens, you temporarily drop, but then you kind of go back to the same equilibrium, right? And the only way to increase that equilibrium is, again, one of the main ways is actually to believe that your work has meaning. And so, those of us who manage money for people, if you think about, if you kind of have a natural progression from that, like what is it we're doing? We're managing pension money for someone who's then going to be able to retire more comfortably, or, an endowment that's then going to be able to educate more students. And so there is an element of kind of bringing capital to doing good in the world, just in the act of managing money itself. Maybe it's a stretch. But then what I do now, from a sustainability standpoint, we think about kind of bringing capital to, the preservation of nature, or biodiversity, bringing capital to solving some of the climate issues, bringing capital to some social issues as well. And it's dual, right? It's not at the exclusion of returns. It's not charity. It's not what we practice. It's obviously, being able to generate alpha for clients, but also to help, solve some of these larger issues. So I think that's really interesting. Like I said, how we sort of frame it for ourselves and give yourself kind of meaning and motivation, frankly. And so that was the question we had here was, Michael, can you share your thoughts on the role of financial professionals in promoting social and environmental change, and how we, again, bridge the divides, because there's going to be some trigger word, climate change or whatever, how we bridge those divides to kind of work collectively towards the goals, which ultimately everybody wants, a stronger world, for their children to inherit, and their children's children. And by the way, I was going to say, in terms of your daughter, I bet she thinks much more highly of your skills than you think she does, because that's how kids are. They don't say it to your face, but they probably has a much better perception than you believe.
Well, I certainly hope that's the case. I have a very low opinion of myself in that framework, but it is actually a really interesting question, because I would split the role of financial professional into two primary components. There's individuals who are allocating capital, effectively trying to find new and unique investment opportunities or reinforce trends that exist within a market. That can be reinforcing the message, the positive message that's received from firms that have socially beneficial behaviors, leading to higher share prices through allocating capital on a marginal basis, which in turn results in greater remuneration for the executives that pursue those policies. It also lowers the cost of capital for those companies and improves their ability to prosecute those strategies, right? That's actually what investing is supposed to be about, right? Markets are not about guaranteeing retirements. Markets are about allocating capital in the most efficient manner possible for the future productive outcome that comes from each of those individual securities, right? The entire presumption of how markets work actually is not on an information basis, but it's on a transaction basis, right? What was the last transaction is what we see, not was the information that Marina received or that Mike received, right? And so it's all about allocating capital. And if we then take a separate question, which is, securing the financial future for our clients, again, embrace the serenity prayer. There are things that are in your control and there are things that are not. The behavior of markets and the forward performance of a portfolio is actually not within your control. There's any number of things ranging from an asteroid striking Earth to a global pandemic to fiscal policy, et cetera, that can radically change the outcomes for a portfolio in terms of its overall outcome. And I actually want to come back to that just from a mathematical standpoint for a second, in a second. But what that does raise is the second role of the financial professional, which is to actually separate the performance from the market from the individual client behaviors that raise the probability of success. And so that can be clearly communicating objectives, that can be clearly communicating requirements for contributions, reasonably setting expectations for market performance, even in the face of markets that occasionally look like they're going absolutely crazy. Those are both on the upside and on the downside, right? Those are the roles that I paradoxically think we spend far too little time trying to emphasize. We spend far too much time talking about maximizing investment outcomes and far too little time about maximizing investment behaviors. And so again, control what you can. You can control the investment behavior. You can influence the investment behavior. If you're fantastically lucky, you may be able to add basis points to the investment performance. So I just would emphasize that. The second component is when you start to think about the societal framework under which we do all of our behaviors, right? Many years ago, I gave a speech cribbing from David Foster Wallace, "This is water," right? The medium in which we actually behave is both influenced by our behaviors and changes our behavior. This is the story, of course, of the old fish swimming along, sees two young fish. How's the water? The young fish look at him weird. What's water, right? We are changing, and our behaviors shape and change the medium in which we participate, and we tend to underappreciate, again, how much luck plays a role in that. And I would just highlight, there's a growing body of academic research around what's called ergodic versus non-ergodic systems. An ergodic system is one, this is where the math gets a little harder than I would hope it would be, but just bear with me, it'll make perfect sense. An ergodic system is one in which the time series average is the same as the ensemble average. Really simple example of that, if I roll two six-sided die 1,000 times, or 1,000 people roll that same six-sided die one time, we're going to get almost identical distributions, right? It doesn't matter. Everything is what's called IID, independently distributed. My dice behavior doesn't affect your dice behavior. Societal constructs like investment markets don't work like that at all, right? If I invest as an individual for consecutively 1,000 investment periods and 1,000 people invest for one investment period, there's no relationship between those two distributions, right? And we tend to underappreciate the importance of that distinction. And so all of the behavior that we engage in, whether we get caught up in a meme stock craze in 2021, or a Fed-induced bear market in 2022, or a who know what the heck happened in 2023, right? Where you've got the NASDAQ up 40% and the Russell 2000 down 12%. I mean, these are among the most extreme outcomes we've ever seen in history. And to think that that has something uniquely to do with either our genius, if you were up a lot this year, you're immediately going to credit your genius. And if you're down this year, it's like, oh, well, the markets are nuts, right? You can tell which one I am. The simple reality is that we need to actually kind of embrace that dynamic, and that actually then plays into the implications of that, which is the role of social insurance and the role of those behaviors, the role of the institutions that support us in those actions, whether it's going to church to steal the spiritual angle, or whether it's an investment advisor getting us to take 6% of our paycheck every 2 weeks, or engage in catch-up, or maximizing the tax benefits of how we invest. Those are things that are under our control, whether the market goes up or down, whether an asteroid hits, whether a Republican is elected or a Democrat is elected, none of those are under our control. And so we basically just have to disregard them and treat them as totally separate, and recognize when we get lucky and recognize when, we all got lucky together. I think you're muted. Marina, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, so we've got a really tough question in the chat, but I think we might try because this is a place to be brave. This is like my bravest day, I think, is like the CWIM event, right, every year. And it's around kind of navigating emotionally charged situations like the conflict in Israel and Palestine with clients. And so I'll let Michael obviously let you kind of speak as well, but I just, this has been obviously very present in my mind. I think, and I was about to sort of say this before even the question came up. I mean, I think a lot of it just has to do with really like focusing on the human.
Yeah.
So, I think just acknowledging, right? I think we're doing a pretty good job of this during COVID, a lot of us, because it was a very difficult time and everybody was kind of home and all the defenses came down. It was the kind of shell that we usually put up around ourselves, the kind of professional shell came down and we saw each other's living rooms and children and everybody was sort of dealing with those realities at the same time. And I think at that point you sort of said, to people, "Are you okay? Like, how do you feel?" And we're not okay. Like, nobody was really okay then. And I think in this situation, something like said very emotional, like some of the geopolitical risk and something like what the Middle East is going through is like nobody's really okay with it, right? At all. There's no way to be as a human being. So I think it's about kind of acknowledging that we're not okay, and that there is emotion and kind of and saying just from a human perspective, how are you? And I actually was just at a conference a couple of days ago and saw she was a colleague from another firm. She and I were speaking on a panel together, and I know that she's from a part of the Middle East, and that's how I approached it. I just said, I hope you're okay, and the people you love are okay. And I hope that, right, like, and what we both want clearly is, for there to be peace or kind of for there to be less tragedy, right? And so you find that kind of human connection. And people can have obviously different views on, what governments are doing or kind of the politics around it or whatever. But the fundamental basis of kind of how human beings are feeling, about those things, I think is the same. So that'd be my answer to it. But Michael, maybe if you want to add on.
Well, again, I mean, no one qualified to be an expert on this, but I think that you said it in possibly the best way. From a human perspective, how are you, right? And the unfortunate, there's an expression that I think is very powerful, which is there are no solutions, there are only hard choices. And so I know that Israel does not want to be at war with Palestine, and candidly, I would be very surprised if even a sizable fraction of Palestinians wanted to be at war with Israel. Obviously, the leadership of the two institutions benefit in some ways and are adversely affected in others, right? And so the simple reality is that there's no winners in this situation, that everybody is being harmed and hurt in some form or another. And all we can hope for is the best possible of bad resolutions on something like this. I'm fortunate in that I don't have to, from a portfolio standpoint, try to reach the human judgment of what's the right answer or the wrong answer. I just am in the much easier situation of saying, how do I think that this is going to affect financial markets? It's an easy out for me, but in my personal interactions, knowing people on both sides, and like you, I'm actually half Jewish. It's just very simply saying, it's really a tragedy, and there unfortunately are no winners in this outcome. All we can hope for is the best possible resolution, and I candidly can't foresee what that is right now.
Yeah. And I think, that's kind of the point. I think the question that we had on the list, and maybe the question that's being asked, is that we're not, like, most of us are not trained professionals on this. I mean, surely there are some financial advisors and CFAs who also maybe are sort of trained in mental health issues or, kind of whatever it is, but most of us are not. But we end up interacting with our clients on a more human level. And so these things come up. And so I think, you still have to think about how you approach it. And as we said, I think it's about kind of keeping it really human and personal, and just acknowledging that these things, like these things will come up as you interact with your clients, but being humble about the fact that obviously nobody's an expert on it. And so just coming at it in a really genuine way. All right, I don't want to give short shrift because we've got 10 minutes left. A really great topic, obviously, that I think is of interest to everybody, which is how, Michael, and we have a dialogue on it, what strategies or approaches would you recommend to balancing your personal well-being and family responsibilities with our broader efforts to contribute to positive change in the world, through our work work. And again, really meaningful because everything we've just talked about, it creates a lot of stress, right? It's, it's a very challenging and fraught sort of time, which means that our self-care, our ability to sort of care for ourselves is even lower than it is normally for kind of hardworking people. So what would you say about, again, kind of you said giving yourself some grace, which I think is a great way to start that process of that conversation, but that balance of sort of personal well-being and again, kind of the work that we do, how do you approach it?
Well, there's certainly my perception, and I think my kids would validate this, has always been to put family first. And so I was in the extraordinarily luxurious position of being able to largely make choices that allowed me to be home for the vast majority of meals with my family. I found it very important to make myself accessible, and the best memories I have of being a human being, candidly, are those of being a father and having the time to put my children down at night and to, lay in bed next to them and read them stories and hear what they were thinking about over the course of the day. Because at the end of the day, like, nothing else really does matter. And we are, as a species, we exist to procreate and recreate our DNA. That's what our programming is. And doing that and being as honest with yourself about your role in that and how you contribute to that, and finding a partner to do that, and everything else, I think is the kind of the most important component. With that said, I think it's really unfortunate that I do have to acknowledge that, being able to afford living in New York City, being able to afford to send my kids to elite schools, being able to afford to do those things are luxuries that are not available to most. And what I would hope is, as a society, they're not available to most, but they are more available to more people in many ways than they've ever been before in history, right? The vast majority of our ancestors basically tried to figure out how to fight cave bears off of the cave that we were inhabiting, and, survive very simple elements of, a very hostile world. Our primary concerns now seem to exist largely around, can we access Wegovy or Mounjaro so that we can lose weight and control our caloric intake in a world in which there's just so much plenty. Most of the diseases that we have in some form or another, whether it's drug addiction or obesity, et cetera, are diseases that are a byproduct of encountering extraordinary surplus and plenty at the same time that we're dealing with shortages in other areas, in particular self-empowerment, feeling like we're in control of our situation, et cetera. And so I just would strongly encourage people, as much as possible, recognize that you can make yourself smaller and simultaneously much bigger by recognizing that all those problems pale in comparison to a helpless child that you're raising, and ultimately a helpless young adult that you're going to continue to try to provide guidance for as you move forward. So, and I hope that that's helpful. Again, I recognize I was extraordinarily fortunate to have the resources available that I did.
Definitely. I mean, I want to be conscious that obviously I'm married with kids as well. Not everybody, has a partner. Not everybody wants, to have children, right? So I think we have to find different avenues for ourselves. But I would agree completely, and I think maybe I'll widen this out. That for me, motherhood was a real change as a professional, actually, because I think before I had that part of my identity, as a very, again, kind of a high achieving person, that you focus on your entire identity being a professional identity, right? There's a phase in your life, that really begins. Maybe it's in high school or whatever. And then you go to college and graduate school and you build your career, and you kind of unilaterally focused, right, on your expertise and yourself as a professional, that it really gets so wrapped up in your identity that any sort of challenges that you face or any sort of perceived failures really go to the heart of who you think you are. And then, once you have a parent, all of a sudden it completely shifts, because the kind of main identification that you have in that case is as a parent. And so something could happen in your professional career and it doesn't derail your sense of self, right? Because you're much more wrapped up in kind of being, a good parent, also a good provider, to your point, to your family. But it doesn't have to be exclusively that relationship with a partner or with children. It could be, with elderly parents. It can be with friends. People have obviously, huge networks. So I think it's about expanding overall your identity, right? Your understanding of yourself. Like, it's not make or break just on the career bit. There are other things that I have that are of value, and other people who value me for different reasons. And so, if you don't put one thing on a pedestal such that if that thing doesn't work out, and not that, like even a small setback, right, can really upset your sense of self. If you don't do that, if you diversify, which is an investment thing, if you diversify your identity, right, then you can take more shocks, right, across the system, right, because you don't have a unilateral kind of sense of self. So that's what I thought came out of my experience, and continues to be kind of coming out of my experience of being a parent, is that I have more equilibrium, I think, on the kind of ups and downs, because it's not so wrapped up. My kind of professional identity is not the only thing that I anchor to. And the more things you can anchor to, I think the better, whether it's your hobbies, again, the things you love, whether it's maybe it's, charity that you do, or again, something, a variety of things that, where you're putting things out into the world from yourself, can expand, again, that kind of really multifaceted sense of self, and make you, again, kind of more durable to withstand the sort of environments that we live in now.
Yeah, no, I actually want to build on your very powerful expression of, multiple perspectives of self, right? Because part of the reason why I emphasize the dynamics of raising children is not actually a judgment around people should raise children, whether they should get married, whether et cetera. But there is actually an element of how much bigger you can make yourself by giving to someone else. And I would argue that a lot of the challenges that we encounter in our society today is because we've largely robbed people of the obligation to participate in societal institutions, whether that's a family, or whether that's a church, or whether that's a school, or whether that's running for political office, right? These are all ways in which we can contribute back into a greater society and become part of something greater than ourselves. There is no, it really is, I hate to be overly philosophical on this, but there really is no point to any one individual, right? We live and we die, and that's really all we do. And so it's that part in the middle that actually becomes the opportunity to create something that goes beyond that. And whether that's children, which is actually the easy default one, whether that's building a charitable organization, which gets harder, whether it's running for political office and meaningfully impacting the society and the rules and the regulations under which we operate, or whether it's, creating breakthrough research in financial, areas or science areas or others where you contribute to something that's going to go much further, or whether it's growing beautiful roses in your garden, right?
Or mentorship or coaching, right? Which are
Mentorship
things
or
that we can
coaching.
all access, obviously.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
great.
there's actually a great question somebody asked about the idea of the intractability of the wage gap, and Claudia Golden's research. And for those who aren't familiar, Claudia Golden's research is largely around the dynamics of the wage gap are primarily a function of career choices, right? Not perfectly, but primarily. And I think that's actually really important because, again, it brings back these things. I hate to over-index to my daughter, but I'm watching my daughter, who's at the Wharton School of Business, who's going into financial services, and I see no wage gap whatsoever. If anything, I almost see the opposite now at this point, right? So it's that skill set is so deeply valued and so desired amongst young women, that the opportunities are probably greater in many situations than they are for young men trying to pursue those traditional industries. That doesn't mean that it's always going to be the case, and she absolutely will make choices that impair that through becoming a mother, et cetera, right? Impact those dynamics. As a society, we need to work better to make sure those opportunities continue to exist. So it's not just your first job out of college, but also that continues to exist when you're 35 and 55. But, all of this is changing very rapidly. And it goes back to this underlying component that I was saying, that we're at this weird point in history where it's going to be unrecognizable in 15 years. And I genuinely believe that. And I know that that's terrifying to many people. Yeah. It's terrifying to me, and also filled with opportunity, right? But the idea that, men or, middle-aged white men in any way have a monopoly on the right questions to ask, I think is completely insane. I just would encourage people to adopt to approach it from that perspective of, one, always make sure that you're participating and giving to something larger than yourself. And secondly, recognizing that it's going forward, it's all about questions, not processing, not, doing the calculations, et cetera. That's the easy part now. Yeah. Now it's about the questions. What are we really trying to accomplish?
Thank you so much. I know we are right at time, like we got 1 minute until the top of the hour, but it's been such a pleasure to kind of engage with you. I think it's been an amazing conversation. I see Ariel has put herself on camera, so hopefully she has a transition for us. Anything else we need to do, or have we understood the assignment?
You have both gotten an A+,
Awesome.
if I were grading.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Both of you
Thank you.
have just done an amazing job bringing a human touch to what we all, I think, can agree is a really important topic of conversation, and one where we should all practice asking more thought-provoking questions. So thank you both for bringing that all to light and sharing with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course, our pleasure. I hope you guys all enjoyed that first conversation. We are going to take a very quick 5-minute break. So we'll be back here at 5 minutes after the top of the hour. And we're also going to have another very exciting guest, Oliver Berkman, who's going to do a live Q&A with us. So we will see you all shortly.
Good morning and good afternoon and good evening, dear Legends of Finance. Welcome to our Q&A with an author session. And today I'm honored to introduce to you Oliver Berkman, a British author and journalist formerly writing the weekly column called "This Column Will Change Your Life" for The Guardian. And in 2021, Oliver published 4,000 Weeks, Time Management for Mortals, a New York Times bestseller and book deemed to be the most important book ever written about time management. So Oliver, welcome. Thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for using a photo on the interstitial slide with me 15 years younger than I am. Appreciate it.
Well, you are unfazed by the time. Let's just be honest. I know you're writing about the time, immortalizing yourself. For everyone who's coming back from the break, as we continue this discussion, please feel free to send in your questions into the Q&A box. So I know we live in the world of 2-day deliveries for success and dreams, calendars, smart gadgets. We all want to make sure we're superhumans and can fly an airplane while simultaneously picking stocks, doing our 5-minute ab workouts, attending soccer practices, and all doing that with a very, very high level of efficiency and succeeding at all the things that we are doing. So no doubt that everyone who's joined us online, and also Oliver, there are a number of folks who are joining us live right now from Cyprus as well.
Right.
Our hosts here for this summit. And I know that those folks also have some kind of efficiency systems and color coding techniques, but I wanted to see what has prompted you to write this book and the timing, and how should we best understand time in the context of human lifespan?
Yeah, it's a big question. Yeah, I'll just sort of maybe talk for a moment about what I think of as the sort of overarching idea here, and then I'd be so happy to sort of have a conversation about the specifics with you and with everyone who's here. This is a very sort of personal book, apart from anything else. It came from my own experience of spending many years of my life trying to get to this position where I would finally sort of have things in working order, where I would finally be on top of everything, where, you know, a few more emails than usual in a given week didn't need to somehow completely throw me for a loop and cause terrible problems. And it sort of never came, and it never came. And all the many, many techniques that I got to experiment with when I was writing that Guardian column, none of them were the silver bullet. And eventually I began to wonder whether there was some problem with the quest that I was on, rather than that I just hadn't found the right solution to it yet. And I think what I've come to understand since then is that, you know, look, there's nothing wrong with wanting to do a lot of things. I'm sure that many or most of the people with us today are ambitious. They want to fill their lives with lots of meaningful kinds of activity. They want that to be professional. They want that to be family, personal, spiritual, physical, exercise, all the rest of it, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And in fact, I think my book is very much in something that can help people with that. But there is something wrong with a kind of underlying psychological agenda that we very often bring to it, which is that we either want or feel that we must do more than any human being can do, right? Just literally impossible amounts. And there are all sorts of social pressures that make this more acute. It's not just, it's not just that we're stupid and think we should do more than we can. It's like there are very many reasons why we feel we need to do more than we can. But at the end of the day, any kind of time management, anything you're doing to your life to try to fit in an infinite amount is just doomed to fail, right? It's going to make you busier, more stressed, and you're still never going to get to the end of the infinite supply of things, because that's not how infinity works. So I think what my book is about, and to be absolutely clear, it's like the book of advice I needed to hear. It's not like I have completely achieved this perfect lifestyle and now all you lucky mortals get to learn it from me. I mean, I'm absolutely as big a sufferer as anyone, but it's really asking the question, how do things change if you start from understanding that there's always going to be too much to do, that there are always going to be more things that matter that you could use your time for in principle than you will actually be able to use your time for in practice? And how does that reshape our priorities? How does it reshape how we go about living an individual day? How does it reshape how we respond to those cultural pressures, those, bosses or cultural systems or religions or families that want more of us in total than a human being can give? And I think the answer is it's really empowering, right? I don't think this is a recipe for saying it's all pointless, don't bother. I think it's precisely when you face the truth about this stuff that you're sort of freed to focus on a handful of things that matter, instead of this constant struggle to do something that is just not possible for humans to do. So that's the big picture, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, that we shouldn't try to eliminate our efficiency altogether. But, one of the concepts that you start with in the book is talking about how our perception of time has changed. And for those in the audience, maybe talk a little bit more going back to that history and what really has made you kind of think about this concept and how this evolved, and where is this really need and desire for efficiency has come from, and why we are where we are with all those life hacks and productivity shortcuts.
Yeah, I love this question because it's so fascinating to me. I mean, people often want to say, well, this all really changed in the last sort of few decades, and it has. But I think that the really big shift, the shift that interests me the most, is from the pre-industrial world to everything that happened since. Because, we're definitely a lot busier or feel a lot busier is actually the right way to say it, than people 2 or 3 generations ago. But underlying our relationship to time in the whole of the modern world for several centuries now, really, there is this basic notion. It's almost so basic that it's hard to almost see it. It's like we're fish in water, right? Where time is this thing that we have a relationship with. It's like there's time and then there's you. And you are either sort of dominating time and you're winning life, or you're being hounded by time and it's snapping at your heels. It's an adversarial relationship of some kind. And so I think people feel that that their job is to kind of tame time. Their job is to become to get the upper hand in that relationship, and that they often feel there's a whole self-worth aspect, right? They feel that they're not really enough as people unless they've managed to do that. But I think there's good evidence to believe that, in medieval times, for example, and among most people, I'm not talking about the sort of aristocracy, but they wouldn't even have had this notion of time as something separate from themselves. They would have lived in what anthropologists call task orientation. In other words, the rhythms of life just come from the things you have to do because you live close to nature. You're probably involved in small scale agriculture. You know, you milk the cows when the cows need milking. You harvest the crops when the crops need harvesting. You go to bed when the sun sets. You get up when the sun rises. And you're not trying to sort of take all the activities of your life and line them up on a conceptual schedule. You're just living in the flow of time. Now, I'm not suggesting in this book that we, go back to the lives of medieval peasants, which were in, 99% of respects appalling compared to our own. But in this one respect, I think maybe you could say that there was a kind of problem that they didn't have. They didn't have that kind of time problem. Because if you don't think of time as separate from yourself in the first place, then it's pretty hard to kind of beat yourself up for wasting it. It's pretty hard to feel hounded by it. And what changed, of course, is that industrialization brings the commodification of time. It brings the ability for workers to sell their time. And, that's essential for how the modern economy functions, but it leads to all sorts of trouble, because then, of course, there is a drive from, employers and the owners of capital to extract more value per hour from their workers. And then you get what we have now, which is this deeply sort of internalized thing where we think that we should, and we feel the pressure, the economic pressure to extract as much value from an hour of our time as possible. And one of the things I look at in the book is how this sort of systematically drains the meaning from life in all sorts of ways. It seems to be too much of that attitude about trying to wring as much value as you can from an hour seems to be opposed to the experience of actually enjoying being alive.
So, you're talking about having too many things on our plate that it actually devalues, all of them at the same time. Then what's the shortcut, I guess, right? What's the hack to figuring out what's really valuable? And I'm very curious to see how you do that for yourself, and how, after also writing this book, maybe some of your productivity systems have changed and evolved to see what's really meaningful, and how do we really prioritize? And because, as you said, that we're trying to put more on our plates, add more hobbies, add more responsibilities, more volunteering, more work. Where do we find that balance, or is balance as a myth?
It's fascinating. I think the place to start, I'm slightly not answering your question, but I can afterwards. I mean, just in terms of our conversation so far, I imagine somebody listening to this, and maybe they'll say this explicitly in a question or comment, but I imagine somebody listening to this and watching this and saying, okay, this is all very well, but I don't have any choice, right? I have to stay on top of all these emails. I really want to launch this new business venture that takes a lot of time, and I have 2 children and a family, and right. So it's like there's a strong initial reaction to hearing some British guy talking about being finite, which is like, okay, fine, it's all very well for you to say, but what do you do about it? And there are things you can do, but I think that the first step is a shift in perspective, and it's an understanding that if the demands being made upon you are impossible, then they're impossible. And no amount of saying, well, I have no choice but to fulfill them makes any difference, right? Because it's like you're trying to make 2 + 2 add up to 5. You won't do it, however much you need it to be the case. And so there's a real kind of defeat involved in this. But I think it's the prelude to something very, very empowering. But like, there's a real moment where you have to sort of say, oh, okay, right. If I want to be someone who shows up in a particular way for certain projects in my professional life, and I want to be someone who shows up for my family in a particular way, then something else is going to have to give. And it's just going to have to. And in fact, it already is doing, right? None of this is about doing less necessarily. It's about seeing that this fantasy that we spend so much of our lives chasing of like, soon, in 6 months' time, in a year's time, when I find the right productivity book at the airport, then I will feel like I've got it all under control. Seeing that moment of truth isn't coming is actually amazing. It's a huge burden lifted, because then you can say, okay, look, I'm not going to be able to fire on all these cylinders perfectly. All I have to do is make the choice about which problems I'm willing to have and which trade-offs I'm willing to make. And they're going to be different for everybody. This is back to your actually answering your question, right? I mean, none of this, I don't think, none of what I'm writing about leads to a particular conclusion among, say, spending lots and lots of time working and having a large amount of childcare for one's children, for example, as opposed to spending less time working and having more time. Like, these are just decisions that people will make according to their intuitions, whether to have a family at all, all of these things. But they will, I hope, if they benefit from, if they agree with me about this basis, they will be making those decisions on the basis of a sort of more clear-eyed understanding of how time is for us finite humans, which is that we desperately want to feel that if something matters, then there must be time for it. But there's just no natural law that says that. And, we hear so much about the importance of saying no. There's a lovely line from Elizabeth Gilbert somewhere where she says, everyone tells you to say no, but you all secretly think that it means just saying no to the stuff you never wanted to do in the first place. But no, it means saying no to things you really wanted to do. It means seeing that there are far, far more genuinely really good ways to spend a day or a life than you can do. And so in a way, to me, that always reduces the pressure, because then it's like, okay, I'm just going to choose a few of them that seem to be the most meaningful or helpful or enjoyable, without this torment of the idea that I've got to fit in all of the ones that matter. So in this book, I really decline to kind of give people a list and say, like, focus on your relationships, spend more time in nature. Like, everyone knows that. Like, everyone knows the 6 things that every self-help book says you should focus your life on. And anyway, people are smart enough to come up with their own list. The point is, you've got to come up with that list in the context of really feeling the truth about our finite time.
So basically what you're saying is that we have to accept that we won't be able to do it all, and once we accept that, we just feel the relief, and then we can say no's to the things that will allow for us to protect our yeses at the end of the day, is how I'm feeling it. And it feels like in your book you're really putting time as a concept of practice, so practicing everything. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that? When we're talking about time as a concept of practice, that everything is a practice and there's never going to be an end to things.
Yeah, I suppose where that connects for me is just, action is where the rubber hits the road, really, right? I mean, what we do with ourselves in our lifetime is what our lives are. And it's very easy to fall into a mindset that the psychologist Marie-Louise von France called the provisional life, where right now isn't really real. Right now is the preparation for the real life that's happening, that's going to happen later. And a lot of people get into a sort of a crisis with this around midlife, because that's a kind of easy thing to believe if you're 20, because hopefully lots of life is ahead of you. The more you get to the middle of an average lifespan, the more you start to think, well, it can't be the case that the real thing is coming later. Like, this is the real thing. And so one of the things I'm always coming back to in the book and in my own, you know, struggles with this stuff is that the things we fill our days with, even if they are often taking us towards goals, and hopefully they are, right? You're doing the tasks that build to project outcomes. We need to be able to understand their value in themselves as well, right? You need to whatever extent you find yourself able in your own particular, you know, position in the culture and in the world, you have to be able to get some meaning from what you're doing as part, not just from where it's leading you, because in the end, life is just a sequence of days where you were doing things. I've found this really challenging and interesting in the context of parenting. I don't need to talk about this in great detail, but like, just because it is so easy to fall into that mindset of, am I doing the right things for my child's future adulthood? And that's important. It's not nothing at all. But if you go too far in that direction, like, you miss life, right? On some level, how you're interacting with a child or a friend or a partner has to be about the moment itself. So yeah, that's something I'm always coming back to.
Yeah, that's you know, and part of it is probably our relationship with patients. I think that's something you also talk about. We are impatient. Like I said, everything has to be right this second. You know, what are your thoughts on where has our patience gone, right? Like, what happened?
I mean, it's so understandable, right? I mean, if everything is, and I say that partly because I'm totally prone to impatience myself, so I need to pick up for it. But like, it's so understandable that if we feel that we have more that we have to do than the time available to do it, that we're going to try to hurry things up. We're going to try and hurry ourselves up, hurry other people up. Again, because we're chasing this fantasy that we might get things to move fast enough that we could fit them all in, and it would be smooth sailing. But I think it's really interesting that if you look at what's happened to our experience of patience, like, rationally, you might think that the more technologies we had to save ourselves time, the more relaxed we would get, because we would be saving more and more time, and we would be getting closer to that sort of golden era of everything having enough time for it. But it doesn't work that way at all. People are much more impatient in an era of, you know, microwaves and the internet and jet travel and all the rest of it than they were before. And I'm always struck how much harder it is to wait, you know, for wait 10 seconds for a slightly broken web page than it is to just wait 2 days to receive something in the mail. It's because it feels like you're so close to having no limitations in your life. You're so close to just, I click, I get the info. Then the moment there's 10 seconds, it's kind of incredibly frustrating. And microwaves are the same, I think. You know, I if I put a meal in the oven and it's going to take an hour and a half to cook, that's fine. It's going to take an hour and a half. But if it's going to take 3 minutes, I'm sitting there like railing against the fact that it is taking 3 minutes and desperate for that time to be up. So I think what this tells us, you know, is that the solution is not to hurry the world up. So maybe, again, as you said at the beginning, right, there are things we may have to make, processes that we could usefully accelerate. It's not that that's bad in all circumstances, but it's not going to get us to peace of mind. Peace of mind has to come first, really, right? You have to be like, you have to accept the reality that things take the time they take, and then sure, if you can speed some of them up, great. But this constant kind of Sisyphean struggle to, like, one day get to the point where we've hurried everything up enough to feel calm, I'm pretty sure that's never going to happen.
So the illusion, we're always chasing the illusion. Ultimately, well, what's your thoughts are really, you know, if we're so busy in our lives, and there are all these articles we see all the time that says stop procrastinating, or procrastination is bad, and there's 7 hacks on how to stop procrastinating. What are what are your thoughts on procrastination? Should we accept procrastination? Should we schedule procrastination? How should we treat procrastination without guilt?
It's a fascinating topic, and I mean, in the book, I kind of divide procrastination into a couple of different kinds, I suppose. This is my own classification, not a real legitimate one from social psychology. But in one sense, procrastination is just unavoidable, right? If procrastination means not making progress on a bunch of things that matter to us, then every single day we're procrastinating on most things. And as the author Greg Kreck puts it, procrastination isn't something to eliminate, it's something to get better at. You want to be making the wisest choices that you can about what to neglect. And I think that idea of time management as the art of neglect is really powerful, right? It's a question of having the courage to neglect certain things, making the right decisions about what to neglect, being willing perhaps to neglect them on a cyclical or a seasonal basis so that you focus on one area for a while and then move on to another. The other main kind of procrastination, I think, is the kind that, for example, comes from perfectionism, although that's not the only cause of it. And that's a kind of resistance to moving our ideas and our projects and our ambitions from the world of fantasy into the world of reality. Just because I think ultimately, to get sort of abstract and philosophical about it, like bringing anything into reality requires this kind of admission of failure in a way, right? I mean, the world of limitations, the world of reality in which we have limited talent, limited time, limited support from other people, limited financial resources, like that is never going to measure up to the fantasies that we have of how things could or should be. And there's a lovely line from the philosopher Henri Bergson that I quote in the book about how, part of the reason we love fantasizing about the future and dreaming about what's going to be is that none of these rules of limitation apply in the dreams of the future. In the future, you can spend 12 hours a day on one area of your life, another 12 on another thing, and another 12 on another, right? It doesn't matter. It's all just in the future, that you're not actually in the world where trade-offs exist and opportunity costs exist. So it's one of the reasons, there are many, but one of the reasons I think people procrastinate is that they're really in love with those fantasies. They really like the idea, very understandably, of not having to accept these limits. And really the antidote to that is to understand that ship has already sailed, right? That the reason you should go ahead and write your novel, or go ahead and enter that relationship, or go ahead and launch that business venture, whatever, the reason you should do that is precisely because it can no longer be perfect, right? Perfection is just off the table. And I find that, again, a very freeing idea, because you're no longer pursuing this fantasy. You're just asking yourself, what's the next task to bring some version of this into the real world?
Well, and when we talk about this finite idea of 4,000 weeks, and that's assuming that we are practically immortal. I've heard this concept once from, actually, when I was back in college. A professor said, well, when you think about your life, think about, if you made it to 75 years and right now you're 25, you only have 50 Super Bowls left to watch, right? Or 50 birthdays, or, if your parents make it another, 30 years, you only have 30 more Christmases with them. So I thought that was a kind of one of those interesting concepts when we talk about having a time management for mortals and priorities. And when I was reading your book, that's something kind of came back to me. Okay, well, how many Super Bowls do I really have left within my time frame? But what about you? I'm sure folks are really interested to hear what kind of standards of productivity are you holding yourself to, and how are you judging yourself on a daily basis? What are your time management systems, if there are any?
Yeah, I'll do my best to talk about them. And I just muted myself then because my 6-year-old burst into the room off camera. So this is an example of it's an example of trying to manage my time in a fluid way and not get too thrown by interruptions. But I heard most of your question. So, I've changed a lot. I used to be really rigid. I used to be very much into sort of time boxing and trying to plan out every second of the day. And I found that the problem with this, for me, again, I think it is personality related, but the problem with this for me was that either it didn't work, right? Events got in the way of my plans, and I found that very disruptive, and it was hard to sort of get back on track with the plan. Or the plan for the day did work, and that was sort of a problem too, because there's something I found anyway, there's something very lifeless about that kind of life just spent executing on a plan, just executing on a plan. So one of the things that I do, and I am a writer, I am broadly have a solo work, I work with teams at different occasional times, but I am different from someone who's working in a team setting all the time. I do recognize that. But something I've really tried hard to do is to allow back in to my life and my daily work practice some consideration of what I feel like doing. There's a very strong ethos in a lot of the productivity sector to say, like, you decide what you want to do and you do it, and professionals don't hang around getting involved in what they feel like, and that's not for the pros. That's an amateur attitude, and there's something in that so far as it goes, but I think it leads to a lot of kind of self-punishing behavior in this field, right? So you get a lot of people not just feeling oppressed by the social structures and the organizational structures that they're in, but then doing it to themselves as well and saying, like, I have made this plan, I will turn myself into an unemotional robot as I implement it. And the thing about this is, obviously it's not a fun way to live, but it's not an effective way to live either, right? It's not a productive way to live. You want, I think, to have some aspect of your personal productivity approach that allows you to harness that sense of what you want to do as well. So for some people, this might literally be to sort of move entirely intuitively through the day, right? And not to have lists and schedules and plans at all. For me, it more often looks like, keeping a very long list of the things that are on my plate and the projects that I'm working on, but then sort of treating that as a menu and trying to take from that longer list the 2 or 3 or 4 things that the outcomes I'm going to try to achieve on a given day, based partly on asking what feels full of life to me, not just where the deadlines are, what the promises are that I've made, where the commitments to clients are. That's all important, but there's also this role for taking my emotions seriously. One of the approaches I've sometimes used is the adaptation of the Kanban method, which I'm sure plenty of people will be familiar with. But there's a book called Personal Kanban, in which sort of applies this to the level of an individual working life. And this is just an idea of the way you sort of stick post-its on a chart and you move them as you change them from getting ready to be done, being done, and being completed. I'm skipping over that because it's not the essential thing, right? The essential thing is to find some method of keeping your lists that allows you to pick things in the moment because they are things that you feel some energy behind. And everyone's convinced that this is going to lead to them only doing the fun stuff and not doing any of the important but boring. And I'm just here to tell you that I don't think it's true, and that you should experiment with it if this feels radical, because it doesn't turn out that way, right? I mean, I want ultimately to be a person who replies to email, who meets my deadlines, who doesn't let people down. This is all natural. It's not. We have this tendency to implicitly treat ourselves as terrible scoundrels who need to be constantly sort of pressuring ourselves to do the right thing, as if we wouldn't do the right thing if left to our own devices. And I just think that's not true. So I think there's something really beneficial in going easier on oneself in that respect. One other thing that I think helps a lot is to put some hard edges around work and the working day, right? I think that if you very difficult to understand in different contexts, but if you can say, I'm going to try to never work past whatever it might be. It could be 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., depending on your position, I suppose. But if you say, right, 6 p.m. is the hard boundary, it has a way of causing all the other prioritization efforts made during the day to fall into place, right? Because you're aware of this limitation to your capacities. And again, your capacities are limited anyway through being human. So it isn't really that indulgent to that sort of self-indulgent to bring that into to conscious reality by having a hard end to your working day or something like that.
I like that. It's a finite balance between human doings and human beings, right? So by 5 p.m. We better start turning into the human beings, because most of us between 8 and 5, we are the human doings. I saw something the other day, another kind of a hack for someone to put a reminders on their phone of what kind of identity they want to wear between the hours off. So
right.
Between 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. You are a power lifter, and starting at 5 p.m. you are husband of the year.
Yeah,
So
right.
so,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's funny. It's like, on the one hand, I'm like, part of me thinks that's just going to up the pressure, isn't it, to sort of be excellent at absolutely everything. But on the other hand, those kinds of things are very helpful, because they enable you to be conscious of what you're not trying to do in a given part of your time as well. Yeah.
So we got a question from the audience here, actually, a few. So, okay, hi there. That's a question from Ralph here. A quick question on the list of outcomes and tasks we create to achieve daily. How can employers create an environment for their employees to maximize their achievements and have a work-life balance?
This is a good question. It does tend to come up, and I always want to say in response that I think this really does start with sort of inner work on the part of leaders and managers, right? It's like, and this is a dissatisfying response in some ways, because people want, here are the 3 organizational processes that you can set up. But I think it comes from being that kind of person to begin with in your own work, and that can then filter through. One very obvious part of this is that, I think it's very important to try to encourage organizational cultures where, if you as a manager or a leader are going to be asking a team to focus on something as a key priority, they must feel able to ask the question or to discuss the question like, okay, so what are we not going to be focusing on for this period of time? Because that is how time and human finitude work, rather than treating prioritization schemes within organizations, as they too often are, as ways to sort of make everybody feel that they're somehow going to find a way to do everything. Somebody else put it in a phrase that I thought was quite resonant. It isn't prioritization until it hurts, right? Unless you're giving something up that it would be good to do, then you're not really prioritizing the other thing. So I think a lot of this is about making things explicit, making things visible. That's one great benefit of things like Kanban approaches to work, right? They really cause people to have to see in a conscious way what is on everybody's plates, and then it's the responsibility of leaders to not make demands of people that are sort of quantitatively impossible that they wouldn't make on themselves. And here's one other thing I think is just worth mentioning. It's not quite a reply, but I think it's important. When I talk about impossible demands, I'm talking about basically too much to do. Sometimes people want to say, well, listen, if we didn't try to do impossible things, people would never have gone to the moon, you know. They then mention various sort of classic business cases of things that wouldn't have been would have succeeded if people hadn't dreamt of the impossible. I am not suggesting that people shouldn't have incredible sort of stretch goals as for themselves or for organizations. I am specifically saying that there is no hope of those things being realized if there is at the same time an attempt for every person in an organization to be all things to all people, and for an organization indeed to serve every kind of customer, and for that sort of constant drive towards getting one's arms around everything. So I think there's a certain meaning of the word impossible that we should be trying to sort of break through, but there's another kind that we should really just be resigning ourselves to how things are, precisely so that we have the power and the time and the attention to do a few really, really good things.
I think I'm going to start living by this, you know, if it's not hurting, it's not a priority. So because, you know, emotionally giving up something. And then there's also another question we have here on the emotions from Ariel. I'd love to hear Oliver's thoughts on some practical ways we can navigate complex emotions that arise in the face of unexpected challenges and adversity.
I mean, wow, that's the question, right? If I had a quick answer to that, I'd put the entire psychotherapy industry out of business. But it's a really good point that we are ultimately talking here about not time management. I would say not even energy management really, but emotion management and our relationship to our emotions. Because certainly when I think about my own life, and I'm sure this is true for many other people, yes, there is a limitation of time. Yes, there are social, cultural, economic pressures that push us in certain directions. But if you had absolutely no difficulty managing your own emotions, like half the battle of being productive and living a meaningful life would just be over. I think it would just be, you know, so much of it is that I don't feel like doing things, that I resent being asked to do things, that I'm intimidated by certain projects, right? It's all these different, or that something is so important to me or to people I love that it's harder to do because the stakes seem so high. So that all of this is what it's really about. I don't have a magic answer, but I think that a really central part of this is just to understand and to expect that a certain kind of discomfort, a certain kind of difficulty is not something to be panicked by or to try to avoid, but is just what it feels like to be leaning in to this situation and embracing our limitations and working. So what do I mean by that? I mean, you know, it is easier, somewhat easier, to accept the sense of loss in using your time one way and not getting to use it another way, in maybe having to sacrifice some aspect of your professional career for family priorities, or some aspect of family priorities, professional career, whatever it is. And I'm not for one moment suggesting that's not difficult, nor certainly that it isn't sort of unjustly distributed, most obviously between men and women, but in other ways as well. But if you are going to do that, if that's the reaction, if that's the response you're going to have to the situation in which you find yourself, knowing that that is just going to feel difficult, knowing that there is going to be a poignancy of like, well, a wistfulness, a sense that actually it would be lovely to be doing the other thing, as well as the thing that you're doing. That can be very, very helpful, because it is just a question of, you know, it's a problem, but you don't need to make it a problem that it's a problem, right? There isn't that second layer where you sort of feel that you shouldn't be feeling that kind of emotion. On a much more mundane level, the patience piece that you mentioned earlier, right? It's part of the reason it's difficult for us to sort of slow down and read, or slow down and listen to somebody in a conversation, or slow down and do any number of things today, is because we are conditioned to moving faster. And so it feels unpleasant. So something I've found incredibly useful is just remembering that if I sit down to read a book, or take a rest, or, you know, take a break, or I go on vacation for a few days, like, I don't expect the beginning part of that to feel good. It's going to feel antsy, and I'm going to feel restless, right? Because I'm not moving as fast as I've become conditioned to move. But as soon as I'm just expecting that, it's fine. And you know, and then it dissipates, and then you do get into those deeper states of patience and relaxation. So again, it's not that there's anything wrong with feeling the emotion. It's just expecting it to come along and not seeing it as something that has to be either eliminated or obeyed. It's just part of what we get.
Yeah, I definitely can relate to, you know, that discomfort of not doing something, or doing something that I actually enjoy, and, you know, having some guilty emotions about that. For folks, I know we're kind of, you know, right on time here. If you have not read Oliver's book, I very, very highly recommend for you to get that as part of your efficiency hack. and you know, to get the insights and really, really great food for thought about your own time management and where you spend that, as well as please subscribe to Oliver's newsletter. It's one of those amazing things that I'm personally addicted to, and wait for every single one that he sends out, and read through it. Some great insights. Oliver, I wanted to thank you for being with us today, for your insights, for your time. I know that audience has enjoyed. We have more questions than the time, unfortunately, here. And hopefully we'll be able to see you at our future events with another book that you might be writing here.
I better get on and do it. Thank
Yeah.
you very much. I've really enjoyed the conversation. It's lovely to be able to join you all today.
Thank you, Oliver.
Okay.
Well,
bye.
folks, we're about to go into another break here, and in 10 minutes or so, as we're back, we will be welcoming our very special guest, Sarah Maynard, head of D&I from CFA Institute, alongside our panelists. So stay tuned, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Well, hello and welcome back from your break. I hope you had a good time networking and are all ready for the next session. My name is Sarah Maynard. I'm Global Senior Head of DEI, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion at CFA Institute, and that's both internal and external, working with the industry. And indeed, as some of you know, I've been working with the great folks who lead Collaborative CWIM now for a few years. Really love the engagement, and super valuable to have this truly collaborative venture that now reaches out across our industry and through so many societies. We have a Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Steering Committee. And we also now have, in addition to that, a group focused on gender. So a gender diversity subcommittee, which the leaders of Collaborative CWIM have very kindly agreed to join, and indeed to lead that subcommittee. So we're going to have so much of their energy coming into play to help us drive the work forward that we're doing globally. Big part of that work is our DEI code that we launched February of last year for the US and Canada. and we've just launched a version for the UK. In terms of where we've got to with signatories, we now have pretty much 170 signatories. They are in turn responsible for over 26 trillion of assets under management, which takes us up to about 27% of global AUM just through those US and Canadian signatories. So that gives you a sort of sense of the scale. And as you can imagine, many tens of thousands of employees represented and employed by those signatory firms. All that to say, this is a major piece of work that we're doing with the industry. And of course, gender is the universal diversifier, which is why it's so important to us to have collaborative women involved. We're going to have a lot more work going forward that we can share with you. So we really want you to look out for more information from Collaborative WIM and indeed the Gender Diversity Subcommittee. So please keep a lookout for it. Do share with Collaborative WIM your thoughts and suggestions, and we look forward to taking this work forward together. Thank you.
We appreciate that heartfelt message from Sarah and also from Marlene earlier today. They are doing such amazing and important work with CFA Institute and beyond. We are grateful for their leadership and for their roles as Collaborative WIM advisors, and we're honored to be on this journey together working towards our shared goals. Carrying on with today's program, up next will be a lively panel discussion with an all-star lineup of accomplished women providing a DE&I-focused 2024 outlook for female leaders. One of our honorable guests today will be Janie Mines, Head of Inclusion and Innovation at Academy Securities, and former U.S. Naval Academy officer. Remarkably, Janie was the first African-American woman to graduate from the U.S. Naval Academy. She holds an MBA from MIT, has worked across 15 industries holding various leadership roles, and has received numerous awards in her military, corporate, and public service experience. Our other esteemed guest is Dr. Katarina Seiler, Equity Fund Manager since 2007, and the founder of the Women for Women Fund. Katarina specializes in quantitative analysis, having earned a PhD in quantitative modeling and finance, and her expertise spans income and value strategies across the market cap spectrum, both domestically and globally. Moderating today's discussion will be Jade Scipione, senior reporter and journalist. Jade is a seasoned professional known for launching the CEO Profile series Behind the Desk, featuring exclusive interviews with influential figures like Ray Dalio, Ursula Burns, Jeff Immelt, and others. She has experience moderating a number of industry events, summits, and corporate conferences, and is a prominent voice in covering high-profile stories, often securing the first interview on critical topics. Some of you may remember Jade from this session at last year's summit. She has a knack for keeping things real and honest, so we were quick to invite her back, and we're grateful for her commitment to covering such an important topic. It's not every day we get to hear directly from change makers who are having an impact on a global level, so we are thankful for you all joining us today and thrilled to get your insights. Jade, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so excited for our panelists, which when you talk about DEI in action, these ladies are living proof. They are walking the walk, talking the talk. So I'm excited for you guys to hear their insights. So Janie, I'm starting off with you because like you told me over the phone, DEI is in your DNA. I mean, and look what you've accomplished. I mean, you're living proof. So, I mean, what's first of all, I mean, not to get too deep in it, but how'd you do it? You did it when nobody else was even talking about this.
Thank you. First, I'm very pleased to be here. And it is interesting. I'm the daughter of a teacher and a Southern Baptist preacher growing up through a time when civil rights was so very active. And even as a little girl, my parents identified that we had a role to play and that anything we could do to make life better for everyone would make life better for those who felt disenfranchised. So it is something that I've always done. And quite often growing up, I was the first and only of everything that I ever did. And so when the opportunity came to go to the Naval Academy, and I had scholarships to all the other Ivy League institutions that I applied to, that's when, and they called and said, "You're going to be the only one." And I said, "Only one of what?" And they said, "The only Black woman in the first class of women." I said, "Oh, so that's what all this preparation for and all the training was for, to kind of make DE&I a core of who I am. It doesn't need to be in my title. It's how I operate and how I understand that any organization that is truly focused on delivering objectives and reaching its full potential has to understand that as well."
Yeah. So Katerina, you are also walking the walk. I mean, you told me, I think last year you took a big risk. You launched the Women for Women Fund. Tell us a little bit about that and why was the timing right now?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to this session. I really appreciate it very much. Never talked to US clients or women so far, only in Europe. It was quite a huge topic. And my idea about this fund was an old one. More than 10 years ago, I had this crazy idea looking at the financial markets and our investor base. I realized that the main really target group or also our investor is just a male. And I just ask how comes that women are not feeling attracted by our traditional products. And then I just was thinking about the industry overall, and if you look at the image of the industry and different aspects, it was just like kind of created by men for men. It's really the thing, and women just need something different, and apparently they need, because their financial markets are already so long existing, and we are still kind of lacking women. And then back then, I just said, we have to think about differently. Let's put all women together and think about this. And more than 10 years ago, I had the idea to focus within their stock selection on the social aspects. Because my notion was, if you pick a company, it's certainly the fundamentals should be right and the company should grow. But if the company is doing right thing also to employees and also walking the talk, then it will be, a very successful companies, because, like happy wife, happy life, the same for employees, happy employees, they're a happy company. So the notion was really clear, and we had a scientific also evidence that it works, but we didn't have the data. So 10 years ago, the sustainability efforts, they were not disclosed, database was not there. And only during COVID, we discovered that the data was there. During COVID, it was an interesting time, and there were a couple of social media waves which helped us a lot. Black Lives Matters, Me Too. We found out that, women were kind of coming and saying, hi, we are here, and COVID was a big impact on women. And we just thought, this is the time which is coming. My colleague called me. I introduced her this idea back more than 10 years ago, and she said, do you notice the world is different one? Let's do it. And then I called one by one all my female fund managers and introduced my idea. I was waiting like hell. They all said yes. And then, we worked for almost 1 year before we launched the fund. And yeah, it's really an exciting one.
So how's it going so far?
Tough, very tough.
How's it going so far with your fund?
Yeah, it's depending on what you're looking at. We launched on the peak of the market, and then it was in January. And then the Ukrainian war came to Europe, and their fund was smashed. And we were just feeling really badly to go out and, promote the fund to women who already, to start with, have less wealth. we just were not as aggressive to saying, you know, this is the right time you had to buy the fund. We were started to educate. And this is the reason the fund is growing very slowly, because women who invest, and actually it's not only women, but also men who find the idea great, we ask them, please put a saving plan, because we don't know where we stand in the cycle, lots of geopolitical risk. So we are just taking a different approach, doing very slowly, step by step. And you know what? It's also quite a difficult societal issue, because we discovered that all our sales colleagues are men, and they're not getting the idea completely. So we're just skidding a little bit against the Chinese wall, where we just discovered that there are some shortcomings, but we are not giving up. We probably will go to the digital channel, where it's kind of, sales agnostic who is selling your fund. So it's working on different directions. It just feels like a startup, which had a difficult start. But we are really, it's the fund, and the whole idea is really very close to our heart. I'm right now in New York. It's for the first time since COVID, I came back again here and just had, couple of meetings with companies in which we also invest, and always check for. What I found is so unbelievable cool about our fund that, as a fund manager, I have access to leaders of global companies. So it's CFOs, CEOs. And certainly I discussed with them the fundamental case of the company in which we invest. But now we all take this topic of the social. And because we built our social commitment score with 5 KPIs, I always have this score in front of me. And after we went through all fundamentals and business model and so on, I always talk to them about our social commitments, because say, hey guys, you know what? We have this score in our Women for Women. You don't score very well. Let's talk about this, what you have to improve. And they, they're eager to listen to us, because they know that the next day will be, we are going to another maybe competitor of them, and that to keep the talent, to be a socially responsible company is very important. So for us to discover this leverage, this is really a huge USP. So it's back to your question, how it's going. Not as easy. I feel with all startups, and last year and this year, I talked to so many startups and really started to network with different women. It just feels like a startup within a huge enterprise. But we have our fans, and we are not giving up. Yeah, step by step.
Yeah, I love that. Well, as you said, the world is changing. I mean, we've got a lot of geopolitical things going on. We see companies laying off. We don't know how the economy is going to shape out next year. Janie, how do you advise companies? I mean, you worked with a lot of big companies, Hershey's, Bank of America, you're at Academy Securities now, and you're living proof. Like, how do you advise big companies about this year ahead with DEI in focus?
It's been interesting. Some of the events that we just spoke about that have happened in our culture, and I've lived long enough to see several cycles of these events. And what we found is that the way that we've addressed them so far has not been sustainable. So as most of us realize, the momentum that resulted from some of the recent unfortunate events, that pendulum is swinging back the other way. And to the point that even some state legislatures are saying that if you have DEI in your legislation or funding package, they won't fund it. Even at the federal government, we're seeing some of that. So there were some real lessons learned, I think, from that, whether we talk about Black Lives Matter or the women's rights or any of the disenfranchised. My title at Academy Securities is SVP of Inclusion and Innovation. And one of the things that I've noticed based on my experience is that any real change activity has to include everyone. And the more that if any subgroup is vilified, then there'll become a time that they will no longer feel sorry and feel bad for us because of the recent event, they start to feel like they're being attacked and they respond negatively. So what we've noticed is that we need to get outside of our echo chambers, because quite often as minorities or as women, or any of the groups that typically face some challenges, we sit there talking to one another and don't involve the entire population so that we can produce sustainable change. And when we talk to one another, we hear from one another the things that we believe and our feelings on a particular topic, but we don't hear it from the people that need to be a part of that change. So I have a lot of mentees across a full spectrum of demographics and gender, and has been very eye-opening, beyond just being wonderful to have that type of diversity, to listen to the perspectives, particularly of white males, and how they are responding to some of the things that have gone on in the last few years and how it's impacted them. And whether you agree with it all or not, you have to hear it and be willing to understand it if you're really expecting to work together to produce sustainable change. So one of the key things that we tell clients and that we try to practice internally is that full inclusion, the willingness to hear one another. There's a quote, and I'm trying to remember that I really like. It says, "First seek to understand, and then to be understood." I believe it's Stephen Covey. And it is very important that we do that within and outside of our echo chambers if we're really going to produce sustainable change and come together with an inclusive, innovative plan that will drive a culture that is good for everyone, because if it's good for everyone, it will be good for everyone. Women, minorities, whomever, will be a part of realizing the advances of a strong, healthy, inclusive, diverse culture, not only from a social perspective, but from a business perspective. And that's been proven.
Yeah, Jeannie, I always wonder, what was your mindset? I mean, going through the academy, then, climbing the ranks of all these corporate companies. I mean, there's sometimes you get that feeling that a lot of maybe people don't think you belong there, when you are the first. Do you know what I mean? Like, how did you kind of handle those kind of feelings, and how did you navigate it from an internal mindset?
It's interesting, and that's a question that we could probably spend quite a bit of time on. So there's a acronym that I keep in mind when I think about the things I need to do to be successful in any organization. And it's an acronym built on power. So P is preparing for your purpose, and that's different for all of us, and it may change over time. But the key part is we're responsible for being prepared. So when I walk into a room where everybody thinks I'm just a diversity hire, I come in there prepared to deliver whatever it is I was invited to deliver, having first looked at the landscape, maybe talk to people individually, talk to them about the perspectives of what I'm going to deliver, and come in with a plan that should be largely accepted and that I'm very informed about from a total perspective. The second one is around owning your value. You are responsible for your value as an individual, for the value that you offer to a corporation. We hear feedback from others, and that's good, but truly understanding and owning your value personally, and not allowing anyone to ever make you feel less than, will be critical to your success. The W is around the wisdom to understand the true objective and not be distracted by the noise. And sometimes you have to deal with noise. You can have a root cause, but you still have to deal with the symptoms. If you have hemophilia, which is a bleeding disease, you don't want to bleed to death while you're addressing and ignoring that while you're trying to address the disease. So you hear the things that you need to manage, but you never lose focus on the key objective. That was key to my surviving the Naval Academy. The other one is E for empathy. We need to be able to understand, and I've spoken some to that, and listen to and put ourselves in the shoes of the people that we're working with. What I learned a lot from my white male counterparts is that they felt a true pain. They felt left out of the process. They felt they could contribute more, but they didn't think they were welcome. And like I said, that's a whole another topic. But the last one is resilience. And I think if you're prepared, you own your value and manage that, you have the wisdom to stay focused, and you communicate and deal with people empathetically, you need a lot less of the R. But hanging in there and staying focused and getting the job done is key around the resilience piece. So I think that those are some of the key lessons in how I've operated in order to get through my challenges.
Yeah. So Katerina, for your fund to be successful, we need to get women in the game. And that's always been the topic. You know, I read this quote where you say, women, wake up. You have to, you know, talk about your financial future. You got to get in the game, kind of like. So what's the hang up? Why are we still struggling? Or is it just that, you know, women don't want to be in this field, or is there, you know, they fall off because of childcare or something like that? What's the hang up, you think?
All of this.
Yeah.
Many aspects. Yeah, just to start with, it's a societal issue for sure. And I'm so pleased that this year the Nobel Prize went to a woman who was really tackling the issue, which is really so important for all of us. I think this is a societal issue. We know that women is more than the half of the population by the number, but women just hold about 30% of their world wealth. So women are rather poor, if I may say this, and being poor means you know, also being afraid of losing money. This is one aspect. It's not always the case that women are not risk tolerant. They need to increase that risk tolerance though, to, you know, in order to close their provision gap. But it's not only this. Certainly, we need more education. We need more education starting really much earlier. So we had kind of in society this bifurcation of our tasks, or what men do and women do, and I think we have to change it. It should be gender agnostic. How we treat our finance, how we talk about money. And really in Germany, it's also a kind of cultural thing. Not women don't talk about money. I find that it's really, sorry for my language, it's quite sexy to talk about money, and I think we have to define it just, you know, for this century at least, is talking about money and talking financial independence to be sexy, and I think it just has to start early, and it's where we also, you know, want to go to schools. We just went so far only to universities, and we really see this is still the same pattern going on, where young women are not always interested. So you have to find a way where the women really think about financial independence much earlier. And to be honest with you, I found there are quite interesting cultural differences. For example, in Asia, the women are just like a bit different. I don't know why this is the case. In Europe, they're more conservative. I think US is a very diversified country. I like this, and I saw some stats that actually, interestingly, some immigrant women, you know, take more on risk, and I think it's really cool. So I think we have to really continue this educational process. Break this kind of old thinking about money, and certainly to get a woman to their most wealthier part of the population as it was in the past.
Yeah. Jeannie, what do you think? What do you think the biggest hang up is? Like, what mistakes that you see companies making, or like, why hasn't this needle, we've been talking about this for years and years, but we see it just inch.
I think she's absolutely right. We have in the financial services industry somewhat of a reputation for eating our own. It is not necessarily an environment that, especially when you talk investment banking, that is receptive to all the roles that women want to play to feel fulfilled in their lives. One of the things that I was a part of the Defense Advisory Committee on Women in the Services, and it's an advisory committee that reports to the Secretary of Defense. And one of our key goals was producing a strong, effective military that was conducive to the needs of women military members. So we worked on things like, paternal leave, dress code, so you can feel comfortable in the workplace, childcare. And the big benefit of that, we did it in a way that men got the same benefits that the women did. They were celebrating this because it gave opportunities for them. But it is, and quite often, our style maybe of dealing with things. I was at a meeting recently where I was the only woman in the meeting, where the use of 4-letter words was being a sailor. I'm used to that, but I did talk to them afterwards and saying that is not an environment that a lot of people, whether women or not, would feel comfortable in terms of the style of communication. And just, we need to keep these things in mind. So our environments are not quite often not welcoming to women. Our policies are not welcoming to women. When you first start out in investment banking, the hours and the workload does not allow for a balanced lifestyle. And when you work on those things very deliberately, you talk to your women, you find out what is good and what is a challenge, and you work those issues, it does turn out to be a benefit for everyone. I had a male come to me recently, and he's just loving it because for the first time, he's actually getting to be a part of his children's life. So they don't see women as someone coming in asking for something better or different that they can't have. They see women that's coming in and uplifting the entire organization.
Yeah. So we actually have a question from Anna, which kind of you already hit on, but do you think being a mother is a drawback for your career? And has it prevented you from being promoted?
Which one of us, me? Or
which let's do both, because I'm a new mom, and I already, I feel like every time I have a big event, my kid gets sick, or I have to handle this or do that. So I'm learning how to juggle the career and still be a mom, but it's like, I'm like, how do you guys do it?
I have a very strong, there's several women in the organization that, in fact, they all are strong and talented, but they're younger and they've started to become mothers. And I went to leadership, and they thought that they would need to leave because they could not maintain that pace. And we sat down and honestly communicated the concerns on both sides and came out with a plan that worked, a workday that worked. There were limits to what they would do for a period of time, just to allow them to it's a big change when you welcome a new child into your life, to become stable and to feel comfortable with childcare and to be able to continue to be a strong part of their children's lives. And we just changed our entire work pattern. Again, it benefited everybody. So the guys really celebrated. And you know what? Productivity and the return on investment from a business perspective, it reflected it. So
yeah,
I'll shut up now.
I know, Katerina, you already told me that COVID, being able to work from home, has changed your life and, made your career better.
Yeah, absolutely. I I have to talk about my personal situation. I have 3 children, and just to refer to your previous question, I was actually promoted during my maternity leave. Even so, I would say yes to having to have children. It could mean in many cases, and not progressing in your career, and because just in this time where you're a mom, I just think about my days where children were really tiny, and I was just after the work having children, set and put in bed. There's really so few minutes for myself, where I would just do what I have to do, maybe brush my teeth and, go to bed, then not having time to read or to get the information. And of course, I compare this to colleagues who don't have children. They just have a different use of time. We all have 24 hours. And to have children, it's certainly a burden, but so it was my decision to take on this burden because it's my work-life balance. It's my optimum, what I always say to everyone, you have to define your own. And yeah, during COVID, in the beginning, it was crazy for me because I knew that if I go home, and I was the last really one who exited our office and then the door was closed, because I just said, if I go home with 3 small children, there is no, meaning for working. And it was crazy for the first weeks. I was just seeing how everyone was dropping everything dishes, and I was just like getting mad, trying to clean and everything. And I was driving myself probably mad. And then my husband told to me, so just give up on it, give up. Yeah, you have to make the choice. You have to make the choice what you want. And I give up on, the kitchen being clean and on everything being clean and perfect. So you have to give up on something and find your optimum, your balance. And then after I give up on this, also I changed my attitude. I discovered to actually not being always running. And in the morning, I had a half an hour maybe to sleep longer. I didn't have to commute. I found out that I can work so efficiently at home and get things done. And then certainly because children were also at home, I found a way how we organized ourselves. We did lots of sports. My children became very sporty. I was really, I found a way how we can live differently. And for me, work-life balance just increased enormously. So I try to keep it. Right now, it's again a different phase where we are. I'm very often in the office. So I am traveling, and I still try to stay at home and get the work done. And, even the children, if I work home, actually I work longer. I sit down sit at computer much earlier and, get off much later. But the children know that I'm there. And every time they ask, are you working from home? And if I said yes, they're happy. But even so, I work longer. They just come, hug. And this is just this connection, reassurance for them that I'm there. And this is where I discovered during COVID, it's a horrible virus. It's so many lives were taken. But for the society, it was kind of a reset for how we can work. And if it would be only for women, it would be a completely different thing. And I would say to Jenny, it's right. We have to get in this change all people, men and women, everyone. And it's what happened during COVID. And I think it's a game changer. We still, right now, just kind of circling back. And my husband just wrote me, they want to get them all back in the office. And my husband helps me a lot. Just keep your eyes open by choosing your partner. It's a really important point. So for us, it's really what I've done in my career just really lies on the shoulders of both of us. And I think really during COVID and changing the patterns in our societal lives, it's a huge thing towards this inclusion of women. Or it's not only women. We have a father who is wife died and he has 2 daughters. So for him, it was completely the same situation, like, for moms. It's just for people who have a different path, different life, different career, to be included in career and, to have a chance to make, also their way.
Yeah, sounds good. So, Janie, Gabby has a question for you. Have you encountered any helpful framework for organizations to measure ROI on DEI initiatives?
there's a qualitative and a quantitative aspect of that. One of the things I worked across many different industries, one of the most obvious ones and probably more irrefutable is just the major mistakes and missteps. I've seen organizations launch new products, fantastic things to support women, and have no women really in the advertisements. And the backlash was so significant that it cost them millions of dollars. So those types of things, if you kind of look back at some of the challenges that you face and maybe things of that nature, talking to your workforce and having that type of feedback from your employees. I kind of alluded to earlier, asking people, our environment is changing. We're doing things to make the workforce more flexible, kind of the before and after view of that in terms of the performance of the organization, because that's being done fairly holistically. And although other variables may impact it, if 90% of your workforce is now working from home and there's a specific time you made that happen, how is the performance of the organization, post that happening? Yes, other things will impact it, but that will be a significant factor. They have, and I'm sure most of us are familiar with the productivity tools online, and they show how much time people are spending online. And like Katerina mentioned earlier, you're seeing people work a lot more hours when they're working from home. And so you have qualitatively, you are asking people those questions. What is working for you, and how do you think that the adjustments that an organization are putting in place in order to meet the needs of their female employees, how is that impacting the return on investment that you're able to deliver personally? Others are more quantitative, in where you are just looking at before and after shots, looking at the key variables that may have impacted those, and determining to what extent that may have been related to some supportive activity or to the participation of women when it wasn't there before, or it was not there in a very productive manner. So I know that's something that she and I could have a very long conversation about, and really look at some of the techniques that people are using. But it is a holistic approach. It's difficult to narrow it down to just the impact based on women, because there are other variables, but none of those variables are new, and there's data out there about them already. So if an organization is really serious about looking at that from a quantitative perspective, they can factor in the impact of those variables and pre and post whatever change was put in place from a women perspective.
Yeah. So to wrap up here, my thought, like Katerina, I want your both take on this, but what do you think has been helpful to your success? Like, what is it? Time management? Like, how do you take care of your mindset, especially juggling being a mom and career? I know someone mentioned on the chat that they're currently juggling being a parent and studying for the CFA. So what strategies have worked for you?
I think to start with mindset probably is the right one. I was, raised in a family where mom and dad worked. My parents were engineers at a utility company, and it was my default. Just to start with, I'm an independent woman. I had never questioned whether I will stay home or not. Just for me, it was clear, because I was, in my family, it was like this. And I remember we are meeting at home 5:30, because I went to school, and the same for my sister. In the afternoon, we went to the music school, and it was every day the same. We met at home 6:30. And for me, I just was raised like this. And my mindset for being an independent woman, never staying home, just, I'm a mom, it's certainly, but just to find a way how I organize things. and certainly to give up on something which is not very important, maybe like really the cleanest kitchen in the world or whatsoever, to delegate, to trust other people. There are different models, and I asked women as I was young in our organization how they deal with it. So I really, maybe it's role model, maybe just get some more information about what other people do. I always did. I always ask people, what is your model? And one of their models was just to organize everything within a circle of 20 minutes. And it helped me a lot, really, to think about this. You cannot, optimize everything in your life, but to think things through, because it can cost everything in money. But again, how do you come to your optimum? And for me, it was clear: I want to work, I want children, I want family. I have a partner who supports me. And as we got the third child, for example, I had to move my parents close to me because they were really very helpful and want to help us. And right now, I would say my secret is it's my family. Working, it's again working on everything, just what I do, helping me out, be a family. This is how I organize things, but there are different models. Just not probably I was always agile in my mindset, how I want to have it. Certainly you have to give up on something. And I also got, very funny comments from director of the kindergarten as I came back once from States and pick up my child directly after heading from airport to directly to the kindergarten. And she said, "Oh, this is the mom we never see here." And I said, but we're best informed. Sometimes you just, you cannot have everything. Probably I am really less seen in the kindergarten, but I can live with this. Because I just optimize on the other fronts. So I think you have to define yourself what you want in life, and you have to change this optimization every time their assumptions are changing, because life is changing. The health issues can come, whatever can come. You have to find your optimum. Maybe it's more quant is talking to you right now. But it's how I probably live and think. It's some things are not as important as we weight them. Just to get rid of this, just preventing you from being successful. Start with your mindset. You have to have right mindset in the first place.
Janie, give us your secrets.
I'm sorry. I agree with Katerina. It's understanding what your objectives are and being able to maintain a focus on that while managing the noise. Quite often, what throws us off of our path for me, it can be maybe some of the negativity that we might face in the workforce, or feeling overwhelmed. And I would just stop, look at it, and say, what am I trying to achieve at this time in my life? And how can I, avoid, mitigate, move the noise to someplace else so that I'm not distracted by it? I don't want to walk into a room and have maybe a negative impact or negative response in a meeting and then have that dominate the rest of my day. That is not what you want to address. Whatever caused that negativity, move on, and then stay focused on whatever your goal is from both a personal and a professional perspective. So being able to understand the objective, maintain that objective, and manage the noise.
All right, there you guys have it. Manage the noise. Thank you, ladies, so much. It was such a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you.
We all
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, some good insights.
Janie, let's catch up afterwards.
Okay, I would love to.
Well, I wanted to thank our wonderful panelists. Thank you, Janie, Katarina, Jade, for your insights. You know, just before we had the discussion about time management with Oliver Berkman, now we've heard some practical and real life examples from the legends of this industry. And now it's my pleasure to transition us to our next speaker and our power break here. Joining us from the Swiss Alps, Natalia Tarasova. Natalia is a former IT consultant and engineer, and today she is a professional coach. She has pivoted her career from being a developer to having multiple leadership roles, and eventually she made a move towards her dream, running her own company and supporting others in their career and life journeys. And today, during our power break, she will get into specific strategies on helping us build resilience as we move forward with our career and life journey. So Natalia, welcome.
Hi, Regina, and hi, everyone. Thank you very much for this warm introduction. It's pitch dark here in Switzerland, where I live in a small village in the Alps. I'm originally from Ukraine, but I lived in various countries across Europe, also in Asia, and in New Zealand. And today I thought I would talk about resilience for a specific reason. When we drive a change within ourselves or outside ourselves, in the societies, in the organization, we might experience challenging situations when we need to give feedback, receive feedback, we get into conflicts, and in the end, we create something new, and that is always connected to some resistance. So I hope this topic is interesting for you, and we'll work on it in the following way. I'll share my story, a personal story connected to resilience. And then we'll do a meditation together where you get to connect to your resilience. I hope this sounds good. So I start with my story. It was an early morning for 2 years ago. It was February 2021. I woke up, rolled out my mat, yoga mat, and I was planning to do my daily practice. I brewed some good tea, green tea for myself, sat on the mat, took a sip. And I was, looking forward to have this mindful moment for myself when suddenly I saw my hand stretching itself out and getting the phone. Maybe that happens to you sometimes too. And I started reading what has been happening in the world. And then I saw I had lots of messages on my screen, and all of them had the same theme. They were saying something like, what a tragedy. Oh, Nat, I'm so sorry. This is so sad. And suddenly, I stopped breathing. I felt the tension in my body, and I didn't know what to expect. I got scared. Did someone die? Someone I love got hurt? What's happening? I opened one of the messages, and then I saw that something that I couldn't imagine would happen is happening. My home country was invaded. It is a full-blown war. And it felt like falling off a cliff without knowing if I would survive. Those painful feelings, that sadness, disappointment with the world was coming out as tears, and I would cry, and I don't know for how long, until I hit the ground. And I felt, this is it. I have a choice. Either I keep on going and strengthening my mission in life to bring more love and consciousness to the world, or I just got caught up in hatred and polarizing different sides. So I had to choose, and I chose to walk my mission. And day after day, months after months, I was supporting people in Ukraine and outside Ukraine, my family and friends. And I also had a lot of contact and still have, and I continue working on this topic because the war is still ongoing and we don't see an end to it. And I saw people break down, and I saw people lose their energy and lose hope. And it's true, that happens to me also some days, but I keep on going and I keep believing in a better future. Why do I do that? I think that's because I worked on my resilience and I keep on working on it. So I hope this gives some motivation to you to connect to your own resilience. Right now, I would like to go into practicing resilience with you, connecting to your resilience, and you get to write your own stories. So sit comfortably, find a sitting position or laying down maybe, and I will ask you to close your eyes. And I hope you're not driving, then please don't do that. And just feel your body. Now, when you close your eyes, feel your body. Feel your whole body at once. Your whole being encapsulated in this beautiful physical body. And when you feel you got a contact with your whole being, physical being, feel your breathing flowing in through the nose and out through the nose. And for a moment, just feel the sensation. Feel how it feels. And this is one of the keys to resilience, being able to observe and take things as they are without changing, without judging, but just accepting and tolerating something that is there. So keep on breathing in and out, observing the flow of breath. Maybe you feel some sharpness or softness. See if there is any difference between breathing in and out. And now when you connect it to your breathing, which is one of the tools that you can use in challenging situations, when you feel triggered or you feel overflow of emotions, you can always get back to your breathing. Now, when done this step, I ask you to move into a space within your imaginary world where you see your dreams, where you daydream and fantasize about things. And in this space, see yourself being in your favorite place. Maybe it's nature somewhere, maybe it's your home, or maybe somewhere else. See yourself, imagine yourself being in this safe space. This is another key to resilience, being able to find safety and calmness within the storm when things are rough. And maybe right now in your life, you are in a situation where you need an extra support. Then this is a perfect place to be, to support yourself. And now when you've accustomed yourself with this safe place within yourself, see people or objects or animals coming to you from different directions. They're kind and warm. You see them coming, approaching you. And inside of yourself, you feel happiness and joy. And you start realizing that this is your inner team, your resilience team. Maybe it's your compassionate self that comes forward. Maybe that's your wise self that's comes forward. See what those parts could be, sense them. Maybe they have colors, maybe they have different shapes. Everything is possible. And if you cannot see images, maybe you can sense that in a different way, as a taste or sound or a sensation in your body. So see who is coming to you. Identify these different parts of your resilience team. And now when you've done so, just for a little while, start mingling, start networking with your inner resilience team. Ask them who they are, what they like, and maybe ask them for an advice. Maybe you're looking for an answer. And I give you 1 minute, and I'll be silent during this minute to explore for yourself this new inner landscape of your superpowers. I'll be silent, and when the time is right, I'll bring you back. So stay with your inner visualization. And if you lose focus, just gently come back to this inner place. And now, before we start departing back to this real world, I ask you to thank your team, the inner resilience team, in a way that is appropriate to you. Maybe you say, thank you for supporting me, or maybe you do it in some other way. So feel what's right to you. And now, when you've thanked your team, you can come back to the sensation of your body. Feel your whole body at once. Being present, being energized, being alive, inspired. Feel your toes, wiggle your toes. Feel your fingers and start moving your fingers. Maybe you want to invite some other movement. Please do so. Maybe roll your shoulders, roll your head. And take one deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth, making sound. If the space allows, breathe in and out. And one last time, forcefully in and out. Well done. You can open your eyes, take in the surroundings. And I hope this practice served you well. And I hope you could connect to new dimensions of yourself. I wish you a lovely afternoon, morning, evening, depending when you are. And thank you for doing the work you're doing.
Natalia, thank you so much for your insights. Just, a few hours earlier, we had another expat from Ukraine, Marina Svirnovsky. kind of talking about the same things and the importance of resilience, and you just brought it a full circle to us. So for those of you who want to connect with Natalia in the future and explore some coaching opportunities, we'll put a LinkedIn profile for her in the chat, so feel free to connect directly with her, follow her. I think she has some very, very valuable insights from the beautiful Swiss Alps on how to build resilience, how to look at your career journey, how to look at your time management for those of us who are mortal, as we talked with Oliver as well. So now, folks, we'll take another break. So feel free to go move around, and we'll be coming back here in another 10 minutes or so. Natalia, thank you again.
Thank you, Regina. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed our programming thus far. Our fourth keynote session, which is up next, is titled The Power of Negotiation and Asking for More, which is focused on compensation negotiation techniques. And with us to discuss this topic are two incredible female leaders that I am proud to announce. Joining us is Jillian Clemmy, co-founder of The Thoughtful Company, a consultancy that supports women in negotiating their compensation and advises employers on improving gender equity in the workplace. Jillian attended Ivy Business School and has spent her career advising and leading teams in executive compensation and corporate governance, both as a consultant and in-house at two global retailers. Most recently at Lululemon, she led the global equity compensation and executive compensation programs. After taking a pause, she realized that she wanted more of three things in her professional life: thoroughness, passion, and freedom. She co-founded The Thoughtful Company so she can leverage her niche and technical experience coupled with her passion for gender equity to empower women to get paid what they deserve. Jillian was named 2022 Emerging Leader by The Peak and was a 2023 Women of Influence nominee and also a 2023 Inspirational Leader of the Year nominee. And our moderator today is Fran Skinner, partner and co-founder of AUM Partners and also a CWIM advisor. Fran has over 30 years in leadership and consulting positions in the investment industry. She has served as an independent corporate director for People's Bank and Fenimore Asset Management. As a partner with AUM Partners, Fran works with and presents to senior leaders of Wall Street firms. She co-authored the book High Performing Investment Teams, was a regular contributor to Barron's on leadership topics, and is on the board of the nonprofit Women Investment Professionals. As we begin the program, I know you've already opened up your Q&A and chat, so please, we encourage you to submit comments in both, and we'll continue our lively conversation that we've had thus far. And with that, I will turn the mic over to Fran and Jillian.
Great. Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
And Jillian, let's dive right in for our question. So in 2023, what do you see as the top 2 or 3 things holding women back from negotiating for higher compensation?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say, throughout my whole career in compensation for the last 9 or 10 years now, I've heard similar things come up from women. And it's, I just wanted to prove myself first before negotiating, or I felt lucky to get that job. And it's so interesting because I hear those same comments from, C-suite leaders leading massive portfolios to new university grads. And being able to hear that from everyone, it just helps me realize, it's not about that specific person. It's more about how we've been socialized to feel lucky to be there. So that's one of the main reasons I've seen throughout my career. And then 2023 specifically, I would say a lot of our clients are feeling a little bit nervous just with economic uncertainty. And I think, compensation has been going up and down in the past few years. A year and a half ago or 2 years, I was seeing some of the highest compensation packages I've ever seen in my career, especially in tech. And then we saw a bit of correction there and now moving more into layoffs and kind of finding a normalization period. But I think there is a bit of a hesitation just because of economic uncertainty to be negotiating. But we always share, it's important for these firms and companies, as you know, to have the best people leading through economic uncertainty. So they still need to attract and retain the top talent. And being open about where you're at from a compensation perspective is still a really important part of that.
Great. So in my own consulting work, I talk a lot about total rewards, of which compensation is just one piece. So you just mentioned in today's environment, women, everyone probably thinking this isn't the best time to be going in looking for more cash as businesses are tightening their belts. And as you said, there's been layoffs. So as we talk about total rewards, what other non-cash type of rewards can we be negotiating for now that businesses may be open to?
Yeah, I love this question. And it's one of my favorite things to talk about because as you mentioned, so many people just focus on salary, and that's so important. It helps us, pay for expenses, our mortgages, all the things, but also thinking about performance-based elements of pay. So bonuses, profit share, equity compensation, if that might be stock options, performance stock units, restricted stock units, et cetera, is so important, especially as we get more senior in our careers. Typically the majority of the wealth made at that executive level is from these components of pay. So the earlier you learn to negotiate them, the better. Especially around equity compensation. If you're starting off earlier and having some sort of ownership in a company, that's where you really can make the big dollars. And it's often really negotiable and more flexible than a base salary is. So I am very passionate about educating on equity compensation because so few people understand it well because it's so complex and not intuitive. But once you do understand it, it's such an unlock in negotiations. So that'd be kind of my first piece of advice. And then beyond that, there's so many other things in a contract too that are negotiable, from title and role scope to PTO and parental leave policies, severance, non-competes, non-solicitation, really important to start looking at as you get more senior in your career. Professional development, things like, maybe you're taking on your first executive level role and want a exec coach to set you up for success, coverage of phone allowances, all these different pieces that people don't always think about. They usually just look at that salary and PTO. But really, there's so many different pieces that really can increase your enjoyment of work and your success in the role as well.
Great. So gender pay equity, it's a top priority for a lot of firms and advocates today. So specifically, what advice can you give us for us to personally take responsibility for our own pay equity compared to our male peers?
Yeah, I think two main comments on that. The first one being, we at the Thoughtful Co work with individuals to negotiate, but we also believe consulting with employers to set up more equitable structures is so important as well. And that's the ultimate goal, right? To have these equitable structures so we don't have to change, how we negotiate or push extra hard to enable our own pay equity. But unfortunately, we're not there yet. So we do still need to work on that. And I would say such a kind of underrated piece is just starting to talk about compensation, especially in North America. It's such a hush-hush topic for us, but getting in regular conversation with your leader about it, so it's not a taboo subject, with your team and with peers around you. Sharing what we're making really helps us to understand if there's pay equity within our industries, within our firms. Conferences like this are great to start getting the conversation started. So just talking about it. And then I also would say advocating for yourself, pushing when you need to, and especially as a senior leader, by us advocating for ourselves first, that enables our teams to look to us and do the same as well. So I think it really has a positive knock-on impact. And when we talk about it in that way, especially for women who, we're not always used to doing things for ourselves all the time, it can help enable more women to actually talk about it and advocate for themselves when they know it's helping, broader pay equity, not just their own.
So you talked about, discussing compensation. I know it's been my observation. I've spent my entire career in financial services, and it's been my observation that men are much more open about discussing their compensation, like details specific with each other, versus women. To your point, I see it more about the women being hush hush about comp. Do you see that as well?
Yeah, I do tend to agree. And it's so interesting, just, working at Lululemon and other companies, I would see, oftentimes a male candidate come in at an executive level and kind of know exactly what to negotiate for, know they can get that big sign-on equity grant, know they can push that bonus structure. And a lot of women not seeming to have that knowledge. And it's almost like, like clearly he was talking to some people, or, and it's been so interesting to reflect on that now to see, I think it is such a personal thing, especially for women. And we're not used to talking about our strengths or what we're doing well, or our roles or titles, and compensation kind of falls into that. So I love to openly talk about it, and getting more people to do that as well, I think is so important.
And what about generationally? I have 2 adult sons. And, when we're with their fiance, when we're with them, we're with their friends. Younger generation, I would say, they speak about it a lot too. And that is male and female at the, 20-something age. Do you see that too? That the, emerging generation, the emerging leaders, that they don't have that taboo feel about talking about their compensation?
Yeah, completely. That's such a good point. I think it really is changing. And I think, I'm seeing a lot with my younger clients too, being very open about talking about salary, and really open about wanting different things like, hey, can I get a sabbatical? Or what's the remote work policy? Or what's the flexible work policy? So they've almost opened up again into that broader compensation package, looking at different benefits, just like different generations, want different things. Job security used to be important, and then more title. And now it seems to be more flexibility. But yeah, they do have a different level of confidence and openness with talking about it, which I think is great, and we can all learn from.
Yeah, definitely. So as I was preparing for today, I came across an article that you appeared in last year in the Globe and Mail, and there was a comment in there that said studies from Harvard and Carnegie Mellon found that women were penalized when they attempted to negotiate for higher compensation, and that research suggests encouraging women to negotiate more often backfires, and 20% of women never negotiate at all. So can you share your thoughts about what women can do to avoid being penalized for negotiating for higher pay? And if you have a real life example that you could share with us.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I think new research actually just came out in the past month that really supports that as well, saying that women actually are negotiating. They're just getting told no much more often. That being said, they are still negotiating for less. So I always say that to my clients, if someone comes to me and really wants an extra 30,000, I try to just push them on that a little bit, because they're usually undervaluing themselves like 9 times out of 10. So that's a good rule of thumb. But in terms of kind of how to prepare for that, that discussion and combating some of these biases that we face, the biggest one that I see coming up in negotiations is the likability bias. So on one hand, women are supposed to be nice and agreeable in the workplace, and that impacts how our performance is assessed. But on the other, we're supposed to be seen as assertive, to be seen as a leader, and that impacts how we're promoted. So we're constantly kind of balancing these demands. And then when we get into negotiation, a lot of women get nervous to be coming off as too aggressive or assertive, so they just choose not to. So a great way that we really like to combat that one is to set the stage for a really positive discussion. So often we think negotiation will be perceived negatively, but it inherently is a positive thing. You can frame it in a way where you can say, I love working at this company, and I really see myself growing with this team over the long term. And because of that, I wanted to be open with you about where I'm at from a compensation perspective. So it's really delivered in that positive way, which does knock on that likability bias that we face, and that we sometimes do get more no's. And then really clearly and concisely still asking for what you want, we found is such a powerful combination. And we've kind of built these scripts with our clients that have worked for women at all levels. And it's unfortunate that we have to spend a little bit more time crafting how we're going to say things, but the impact can be really, really beneficial in terms of compensation and also how we're perceived, right? We can be actually perceived as a leader by negotiating. So it actually really can be a positive interaction.
And what are your thoughts as you talk about, coaching people, scripting the conversation? What are your thoughts or opinions in terms of giving information to the person you're going to be speaking with, your manager, ahead of time, whether it's compensation data that you have found on your own, something like that? Is that something that you would do so you're sort of setting the stage for, that you're not taking them by surprise?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And I've been on all sides of it. I've been a manager, having someone ask me for a raise. I've been a compensation team member, setting budgets. And we always say approach the conversation with respect, especially if you're already in a company. So we always recommend saying, hey, I'd love to talk about my compensation. Can we set up some time next week? So not needing to get into the specific details, but also letting your leader look at what you're making. They might not even know, see if there's any budget, just giving them some space to get set up as well. Usually, if you bring it up last minute, there might be some defensiveness that comes with it. So we find in most cases, it's great to give that leader a heads up. And that way, it's a respectful conversation, hopefully on both sides.
So in terms of then communication style, et cetera, are there any specific phrases, words, things that when you're coaching individuals for that conversation that you would encourage them to avoid?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think something that we encourage a lot of our clients to avoid is too much framing it around external factors. So a big piece that's coming up right now, of course, is inflation. And a lot of people are coming and saying, hey, I want to ask for this raise because of inflation. But really, inflation is impacting everyone in the company and industry and country right now. So you're really negotiating for everyone at that point. So really framing the ask around you and the unique value that you add and the key metrics that you contribute to within the company is so much more powerful. And even when we think about market data too, if we're focusing a whole ask just on market data, it can lead to some defensiveness. You can come in and say, hey, I'm working at Apple and Microsoft is paying X, so I want to make Y. But your leader might say, Microsoft pays their people differently. They structure their bonuses in a different way. They're much bigger than us. There's so many ways they can kind of shut that down. Whereas if it's around you and the value that you add, I've brought in X amount of revenue this year. I've worked on these projects, which led to this outcome. It's much more kind of demonstrating what's in it for them, and it's less likely to lead to defensiveness. So starting with you and using external factors as backup if you need, but not kind of the whole reason for your ask.
Great. So many of us work with or coach young women just starting out in their careers, et cetera. So can you give us some tips that we can share with them as coaches, mentors, managers, whatever that might be, for women just coming out of college and in the early years of their career?
Yeah, definitely. I think something that I love to share is just understanding the impact of negotiating early. So compensation typically works in percentage increases, not dollar increases. So what that means is if I'm on a compensation team creating a recommendation for a promotion, let's say, I'll think about it as a 15% increase, not a $30,000 increase. So what that really means is every dollar that you give up now in negotiating has a multiplying impact in the future because you're giving up all the percentage increases on that dollar over time, which might be, annual comp reviews, promotions, job changes, et cetera. And there's actually been a lot of research around this, one finding that a difference of $1,000 in your starting salary can mean a cumulative loss of over $500,000 in your full career. And that's a bit of an older study. I'm sure that's higher now. And especially for a group like this in finance, it's probably a lot bigger as well, given the dollar amounts we're talking about. So I love to share that with new grads. You know, even if you're getting an extra $1,000, it might not seem like a lot, but it has a really big impact over the long term. And then the second piece I would also say is practice, which I know seems so basic and fundamental, but that's where we see, you know, the people who show up really well in negotiations and interviews and performance reviews, and those who don't. Especially as women, you know, it does matter how we say things almost as much as what we're saying. So working with your mentors, working with your coaches, whoever you have, even friends, to really make sure you're showing up how you want to before that negotiation, scenario testing things so you're not caught off guard real time, really has impact. And you know, we always say, when else do you have a moment to so directly impact your wealth, right? Give yourself the space to feel really good going into that situation.
Yeah. And as a public speaker, I would also encourage people, this is a tip I give people for public speaking, is practicing on camera, not in front of a mirror, but on camera. It's painful. It's absolutely painful to see yourself, but you're able to see how you're showing up, what you're doing, your body language. You know, to your point, am I, telling them you can ignore me based on some nonverbal communication that I'm doing, something like that.
Right. That is such a good tip. I'm going to take that for myself as well. So.
We have a question. I'm just going to read it to you. It's in the chat. What's your advice for someone like me who's starting in finance, but I have over 12 years of transferable skills in economic research? So when you're in your mid 40s, you don't want to be expensive because you want to be hired and learn. But I would like my past valuable experience with soft skills and independence, getting things done, communication, project management to be taken into account. What advice would you have for her?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I think, 12 years of transferable skills is so powerful. And I would say really take the time to craft what you want to communicate within those skills. And we always say 2 to 3 really key points. And a format we often use is, what's the skill? Where have you demonstrated it? And then what's the impact to the company, hopefully on a metric. It doesn't need to be revenue or profitability. It could be something like time savings. Like, I have a really great project management skill set. I've demonstrated this in X way. This will allow you to save 5 hours of time a week or a month, whatever it might be. So it's really kind of concise to the point, but answers the what's in it for them. Which isn't always clear sometimes when we're talking a lot about all our skills. So kind of breaking it down into that way will be really helpful, I think. And practicing it, feeling confident in it, a big piece. And I'm sure, Fran, this as well, right? Is, really trying to sit with yourself and feeling that confidence, knowing that value that you add, that will shine through in the interview or performance review, whatever it might be. So again, giving yourself that space to figure out how you want to articulate it, and really feel good about that value, because just based on reading this, I can tell you have really good value going into it.
Yeah. And, I can't emphasize enough your point, and you've made it a few times, and I really want to emphasize it one more time. And that is the angle of what's in it for them. 30 years ago, 25 years ago, I was a young mother, 2 small children, and I just couldn't do the commute 5 days a week. And I went to my boss. I created a PowerPoint presentation, and it was titled "The Best Bargain You're Going to Get This Year." And it was explaining that I needed to go to 4 days, but I was still going to be full time, and she didn't have to take any work away from me. And so that was the angle. And it was kind of a, how can you turn this down type of thing. And it made the sale pretty easy, because I made it, pretty much about them. And it was something I needed to do, and it went through. So I really want to emphasize that. You keep saying it, and I couldn't agree more based on my own real life experience.
I love that. And I've heard of other clients too, creating presentations around things that they want. And it can seem, crazy, but we do that for our employers all the time. Why not do it for ourselves, right? Give ourselves the space. And it shows that we care about it. It demonstrates leadership. Putting prep and time into negotiations is so beneficial. So I love that story.
Great. So we have another question, and it is, how would you advise folks working in the back office of an investment advisor, such as finance, whose contribution may not be measurable?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I would say, I would push you on that. There's always ways that you're adding value, and I think, again, it's not always the most obvious metrics. So many of us earlier in our career are not directly impacting revenue or clients brought in or all those things, but things that make your manager's life easier. So, you're maybe taking on this new team member and they report to you now for one-on-ones instead of your leader. That's saving your manager time and emotional energy, probably other pieces like that. So really thinking about the measurable contributions to the leader or the person that you're negotiating with, and that will probably hit home for them. It is somewhat personal. And my husband worked in investment banking for a long time, and I know how essential that back office is. So I know there should be some really measurable contributions in there too, and it doesn't need to be big top line metrics. And if you can't think of anything, another great one is feedback that you've received from leaders above you or colleagues, anyone kind of around you. That's another concrete way to be memorable, right? Names and numbers are super memorable in what you're bringing up. So that's another kind of piece of advice there.
Great. So, and taking a different angle in terms of human resources as an advocate, right? So we've been talking entirely about you're talking with your manager. Anything in terms of reliance on or human resource, they're there to supposedly help and support us. And, that's a little uneven from company to company. So do you have any tips in terms of how to do that well, that it's, getting them in your corner?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't think I've ever been asked that before. It's actually it can be so helpful. I would say, first of all, know that they are used to negotiations all the time. Oftentimes we feel like we're the only ones asking for more money. In my days at Lululemon and Aritzia, it's a daily occurrence, right? People are negotiating all the time. So it's a lot less kind of emotional for HR. It's more just to the point. So I think being really objective with it, why you're asking for what you're asking, again, starting that conversation with respect and getting more information if you can around pay structures and pay bands. That's really HR's language, right? What is the salary band that's in place right now? And I always like to share, if you're able to get that salary band information, which now, some with new job postings and stuff like that, you can find it publicly sometimes as well. Knowing that as you first, get into a new role, you're not fully independent in it yet, you're still learning, typically at the bottom of the salary range there. If you're fully independent in that role, able to take on responsibilities, don't need support, meeting performance metrics, that's when you're kind of in the middle of the range. And if you are a leader in the team, pushing towards the next level, go-to person, going way past all performance metrics, that's when you're at the top of the range. In most companies, it can differ, but using that language of, I'm fully functioning in this role, if you want to get to the midpoint, can be helpful. So understanding those structures and the corresponding language with it can be really helpful with HR.
Yeah, great. So bear with me, this is a little bit longer. It's an early career person trying to navigate a year-end process at a large bureaucratic organization, has a number of reviews, written review that starts now, calls with managers later, comp dedicated call. In my experience on the comp call, they present a document to you that seems like everything is finalized. So do you have any advice on timing this discussion for longer year-end processes like this? Is it better to bring up before the final comp call or, when it's within the conversation that they've designed?
Yeah, I love this question because my view is the earlier, the better. And so often when people hear budgets, they can get frustrated and think it's an excuse, but budgets in big companies in a lot of cases are real. And your manager might honestly be constrained at certain points of the year and not have any budget. And if you're bringing it up at that point and you're, about ready to leave, if you don't get that increase or super frustrated, it can lead to not a great discussion because you're both, feeling really constrained. So we always say bring it up early, and that's when, your manager can look and see if there is any budget, can allocate to you early, and get that conversation started. And I've definitely seen, it sounds like in this situation, when they're presenting it to you, that might be actually when budgets are locked. So always worth it to ask, and there's no downside of asking, but I would bring it up earlier. Just say, hey, I'd love to talk about where I'm at, where I'm hoping to be, get that conversation started before we get fully into the process. So in the vast majority of cases, I always say earlier is better than later.
Yep. So I believe this will be our last question. I work for a management consulting firm. We have 5 partners, 3 of them actively working. While I work in the back office executing projects and managing client relationships, sales and recruitment are not expected from me, but I do take initiative there. How can I convince management of 5 to take a pay raise while they themselves don't take salaries and rarely take dividends?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've never been asked that one either. This is a good panel. I would say, one, don't assume how people are being paid at the top. And that's just because I've seen so many different structures. I've spent my career in executive compensation, and yes, they may be saving pieces now, but maybe that's a reason for, tax efficiency and deferrals for later. Maybe they're planning to take out a big piece at a later time, especially for people who have ownership over that firm. I wouldn't let that stop you from asking for the compensation you deserve. At the end of the day, you're still adding X amount of value to the firm, and you need to be paid for that. And I think, again, framing it around those key value contributors that you add, what you're bringing in. So often I'll work with clients and, they're contributing so much to a firm. So their ask seems really small in comparison to that. So framing it based on that, and not letting, the actions of the executives, which might be, slower in one year, crazy in the next, kind of be a detriment to what you should be paid.
And, you, as part of your answer, you use the word assume, and that's something, again, in my own consulting practice, I emphasize, please don't ever assume. If you're thinking the word, if you're saying the word, you're basically cutting yourself off. Oh, I know how he's going to react. I know how she's going to answer me. And that is like the big killer. So if you're thinking or saying the word assume, that you need to throw that out because you're holding yourself back because of that.
True.
Great. Jillian, it was great having you here. Thank you so much for sharing so much in such a short period of time. It was very, very helpful. I know I learned more from you as well. And it was great having you here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the great questions. I loved it. It was unique ones. Usually I get the same questions, so these were really great. And thanks for facilitating.
Great. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much both to Fran and to Jillian for such a helpful conversation. If those of you had more questions and you didn't get a chance to ask them, we did share both Jillian and Fran's LinkedIn profiles in the chat, so you can connect with them and also check out both of their companies and services. We are going to take a very quick 2-minute break. And then we will return with our final session of the day with a discussion with the author and leadership coach, Sally Helgeson. So stay tuned, and we'll start up in about 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from your break. This is our last session for today. My name is Victoria Prescott. I'm a Senior Director on the Capital Markets and Investor Relations team at Realty Income Corporation. I'm also on the board of the CFA Society San Diego and one of the co-founders of Collaborative CWIM. I'm very excited today to present to you the best-selling author, leadership coach, and the speaker, Sally Helgeson. Sally's latest book, Rising Together, became Amazon's top seller in its category just in the first week of publishing. And Sally's book, How Women Rise, was absolute bestseller and a remarkable success. And the rights to that book have been sold in 23 different languages. Sally. We're so glad to have you here with us today.
Thank you, Victoria. It's a wonderful opportunity to be with your group.
Amazing. And just to kick us off, Sally, could you please share a little bit about your story and maybe share a little bit of some of the key motivating factors that motivated you to become an expert in the field of women leadership?
Certainly. It was back in the mid-late 1980s, and I was working in corporate communications, and I worked for wonderful companies. However, it was very clear to me that they had no idea of the kind of contributions that women could be making, especially at the strategic level. I felt as if I heard some of the best conversations about direction for the organization in the ladies' lounge, as it was called back then. So I decided that I needed to do something about that. And what came to me was the idea of writing a book that focused on what women's strengths were and why they were particularly important for organizations at that time. We're talking about the late 80s. They're just beginning to shift over to computer technology. And there were some networked opportunities. So that book was that book was The Female Advantage, published in 1990, and still I'm pleased to say continuously in print since then. And it was the first book that focused on what women had to contribute rather than how they needed to change and adapt. Everything in the 80s had been about adapting. So because it was the first and the only for a while, organizations started asking me in to speak. And I thought, this is better than writing speeches for executives who, stare at the screen behind them. I would rather do this, and I think I have a real contribution to make to women. It just took off from there. I've written 8 books in the field. I have written thousands probably of articles, done many, many interviews, and kept developing the content to keep it up to date. So it was partly being in the right place at the right time. It's a much more crowded space now, obviously, but it was also just that passion that came from wanting to take the initiative to address something I felt was lacking in the world.
That's amazing. And I think it's just really eye-opening that you have been in this field for a few decades and you have observed, I'm sure, a lot of changes, as you've mentioned, in 80s, early 90s, it was all about adapting, and now it's different. So what are kind of your key observations about maybe key changes or, evolution of female leadership that you have observed over your career?
Yes, I have observed a lot. This is now 35 years I've been in this field. And one thing is that if people feel that it's not changing, believe me, it is changing. It is a transformed environment, and there is much more interest in what women have to contribute dramatically. It doesn't always show at the most senior leadership level, but boy, culturally, it is there. What I've watched is, first of all, women have to some degree been responsible for redefining how we view excellence in leadership. This is an important point. When the Female Advantage came out, for example, I would talk about women's strength in building relationships. And what I would always hear is, that's not a leadership strength, that's a soft strength. And I did not believe that that was true at that time. And really, almost nobody believes that now. So that's women. Now there's organizations are looking for people who can build strong relationships with customers, clients, suppliers, in the community, in the sector. But that wasn't on the list of leadership capabilities back then. So that's been a really important thing. And I think that's one of the reasons that women have been able to advance as much as they have been able to, not without some hiccups in the time since then. A couple other specific observations I can share with you about how the environment has changed, if that would be helpful.
Sure. Please do.
One of them is that women have become much more cognizant, much more accepting of the role that other women have to play in our common development. Back in the 90s, when I would be invited to participate in women's leadership events and companies, they would always say, well, it's great, but we can't get our senior women to join. Could you ask them? So I would start calling some of their senior women and asking them, and they would almost always say the same thing, which was that they didn't want to be associated with women's leadership because they were eager to be seen as leaders, not women. You never hear that anymore. Women see the advantage in being allies for one another, and women today broadly, and this is across the world, feel a sense of solidarity and commonality with one another that was completely missing back when I started. And that is a very positive thing because we can't do it alone. Also, on the theme of we can't do it alone, women have recognized the need to build alliances with men and to understand how to enlist them in the support of their own development, the support of the development of other women, and also developing reciprocal relationships with them so that they can also be of service. So those are very different situations than existed when I started. And again, I think, the development of women, finally, women have vastly increased confidence from what they had back then. And I think that's one of the reasons they're comfortable enlisting men as allies, and they're much more comfortable demonstrating solidarity with other women. They don't feel that it's going to identify them as, not being a man, which good luck with that anyway.
It's interesting you bring this up because Collaborative CWIM was built on the exact same principle. And your first observation that you mentioned on solidarity among women, the notion that we cannot do it alone, and the idea of building this support network for women to always, kind of get back to for advice, career opportunities, just connection and communication. This is what kind of the foundation of Collaborative CWIM, and I think it's amazing that you have observed that in your career as well. But with all that kind of progress that has been made, in the last 20, 30 years, as far as female leadership and advancement, what do you think is still holding women back? Why there is still few women on, Fortune 500 companies, leadership, C-suite boards, and especially so few women of color? What do you think is still kind of the overarching reason that we are still not there?
I don't think there's an overarching reason. I think there's several reasons. One is organizations still tend to look quite narrowly at specific requirements for moving people into leadership positions. These are often proven to not necessarily be useful in identifying who's going to be a good leader, but they tend to look quite narrowly. I have myself experienced this by recommending women who would be fantastic for boards that have had problems. And what I always hear was, oh, thank you, that would be a great suggestion, but we're not considering anybody who hasn't handled a P&L of under, 20 million or something like that. Well, okay, stick with the guys you've got on there now, and the one or two women who, by the way, happen to be on 40 boards because they're the same ones who keep getting asked. and see how that's working for you. So it's often a fairly narrow criteria. There are a number of other reasons, though. One, I think we're still, and this is why How Women Rise was so remarkably and unexpectedly successful worldwide. Women still can, experience internal barriers that hold them back in terms of claiming their achievements, expecting others to spontaneously notice and value their contributions, a big one, putting their job before their careers, perfectionism, building rather than leveraging relationships. So being a little reluctant to make some of those asks about what would be helpful, either tactically, job related, or strategically in terms of their careers. So these are some of the internal barriers. Of course, there are cultural and structural barriers still. Cultural barriers, just, sort of the old boys network type of orientation, thinking, and networking. That's very hard for women often to break into, especially in heavily male dominated companies and sectors. So that's an issue that can really hold women back as well. But I think, those things often don't lie within our control. And I think, again, going to How Women Rise, one of the reasons it had such success is it really addresses what does lie within our control, internal barriers. Finally, one thing that I've become aware of. Often women, when they get into quite senior positions, the top job, they see it up close and it doesn't look that appealing to them. They look at the kind of life that the person who holds that job actually has. And they think, and I've had hundreds, if not thousands of women say this, I decided it just wasn't worth it. Worth the trade-off, worth the sacrifice. Women tend to judge their satisfaction based upon the quality of their everyday, whereas men are more likely to judge their satisfaction based on, well, I'm the head of this hospital, so of course, I'm on track.
Very interesting point. And I think, is that related a little bit to maybe overthinking? Do you think women tend to overthink some of these big decisions they make?
Yes, I do think women tend to overthink, and it happens at every level. It's sometimes a feeling of unreadiness to move on, sometimes a feeling that you don't have the network in place, sometimes just believing that you need to check every single box in terms of what the criteria are for a new job without really recognizing that you couldn't check every box because you haven't had that job. I have a wonderful example of how this works in the new book, Rising Together. This woman who I interviewed. She had been the commander of several icebreakers in the Coast Guard. This is a tough job, commanding ships in the Arctic and Antarctic with all-male crews. She got promoted to a job in Washington, D.C., and it was a really good job. And she was only about a couple months into the job when her boss, who I believe was an admiral, called her and said, I'd like you to meet with the Secretary of Transportation, who's looking for a chief of staff. I think you would have all the qualifications. It'd be a bit of a learning curve, but I think you'd do a great job. And she said, I'm not ready for that yet. I'm really not. I have a lot to learn here. I haven't developed a network in Washington. I don't think I'm ready for that job. And he listened to her. And 2 days later, he called her and he said, I want to rephrase the question that I asked you earlier. When will you be prepared to meet with the Secretary of Transportation? In other words, he wasn't giving her the choice. He wasn't giving her the opportunity to overthink it. All she needed to do was think through, okay, I can do it a week from Wednesday if that works. And she ended up getting the job, went on to head the Coast Guard Academy, which is, you know, the only service academy that's been headed by a woman. And so it was quite a remarkable career, but it was that pushback from her boss. And I cannot tell you how many men have talked to me about that example and said, you know, that's really helpful for me, because often I will recommend a really talented woman for something, and she'll say, I'm not ready, or I'm not sure, you know, or you know, I have to call my nanny, whatever it is. And whereas the guys will just say, sure, of course I'm ready. And so the guy will end up getting the job, and he won't be as qualified, and he won't do as good a job, because I asked her for a specific reason. And the men say, you know, this is very helpful to me, because I will push back. I will hold a woman who I view as having tremendous potential to account for acting on that.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is then kind of twofold story you really bringing here. One is the woman who is overthinking and always strives for perfection and feels like she's not ready. And on the other hand side, it's kind of coming back to that we cannot do it alone and building alliances with men in this case. But for men in this position to also recognize what that woman is experiencing and why she's reacting that way, and kind of push but in reality providing her support, right? And that much needed push that she would not be getting otherwise. So how can we as women maybe recognize the importance of these relationships with male counterparts, and how can we find maybe the best allies for us, advocates?
You know, I'm often asked this question, how can I find the best male allies? How can I find the best male advocates? And I think that's an example of overthinking. You will get to the best if you have a lot. If you're waiting for the best, or hoping to identify the best, or asking about who would be best, it's going to be much harder. So I think the most important thing we can do is to get in the habit of asking for support, help, ideas, thoughts on an ongoing and regular basis, very broadly, with women, with men, with people we may think have a very different kind of experience, values, or cultural background than we do. Get in the habit of informally enlisting people. The best mentors, the best mentoring relationships that I've seen began informally. You know, can I ask you a question? I'm thinking about this job. I'm thinking that it's something I might want to pursue. I know you have some experience with that. What kind of skills might I need? What kind of connections might I need? Well, you know, very specific questions, limited in scope, and just get the conversation rolling in that way. Because successful mentorships, I've seen them start that way, and you know, a year later, someone comes back and says, you know, I always remember that you asked me for some advice about this, and I just became aware of another position that came up, and I think you'd be terrific for, and I'm very glad to recommend you. And then that person, you know, the mentor or sponsor there kind of helps the person walk through it. So I think we don't want to wait for the best. We don't want to wait for the perfect mentor or the perfect male ally. We want to get comfortable soliciting support in a way that signals that this is a reciprocal relationship as broadly and as often as we can. And this will lead us to finding the mentors and the sponsors and the allies who will be best for whatever position we find ourselves in.
And that's really eye-opening, and I think very, very helpful for a lot of us on the line today, who I believe most of you are also perfectionists. You know, except that a lot of us are CFA charter holders. We focused on our careers. We've been, you know, achieving a lot of different things. But I think something that we all have in common is this perfectionism, and that's part of the reason we're always looking for somebody perfect and another reason why we might not be sure about something and don't feel ready and don't feel perfect. And so that's really interesting point you bring up, to just kind of work with what's available, right? And take opportunities and advantages every day.
Yes.
But although, we've covered kind of these key traits and kind of behaviors of women, but in your book, How Women Rise, you talk about 12 different behaviors, right? What would be maybe the top 3 that you would point out that a woman should work on if she wants to advance in her career?
Well, I would say that it depends on the woman. It completely depends. And, I have women coming up to me. I have 9 of these 12 habits. I have 4 of them. It's different for all of us. I can say that the habits that are most common, I find, are reluctance to claim your achievements, expecting others to spontaneously notice and value your contribution, putting your job before your career. That's a big one. Investing all the energy in the job you have rather than thinking strategically, always leaving 10-15% of your energy for exploring and building relationships for the next job that you might have. You don't necessarily know exactly what that's going to be, but you want to be thinking strategically, because we often forget that if we pour all our energy into showing we're the ideal person for the job we have, what we're doing is showing that we are the ideal person for the job we have. In other words, it doesn't say anything about the future. And we can also become overly loyal as a result. We can feel like, well, we're indispensable to our boss, indispensable to our team, and that can make us reluctant to move on. And the other one, of course, is always going to be the perfection trap. The idea that we need to be precise and perfect and accurate in every single detail. And here are many opportunities, perfection a particular one, many opportunities to practice the kind of informal enlistment I just cited. Saying to someone, I've realized that my perfectionism is problematic, that it's getting in my way, that I overthink things, that I ruminate too much about things, that I'm becoming risk averse, that I'm putting myself under too much stress, that I may be putting people around me under too much stress because of my demands that everything be perfect. Then you can say to somebody, so I'm gonna be working on this. I've got a little bit of a plan for working on it, but I would be so grateful if you would notice any time you see me perhaps acting in a perfectionistic way, or if you see that getting in my way in a specific instance. I would be really grateful if you would, privately let me know about it. What would really be helpful to me. So what are you doing here? On one hand, you're advertising that you are eager to change, and in fact, you're already changing, because any perfectionist who admits that they need help with something is not being a perfectionist. So you're advertising that fact, you're enlisting allies, you're leveraging relationships in very small ways by asking for people's support, advice going forward, and you're setting up, a potential for an allyship relationship. So you can certainly use any habit or behavior that you identify as getting in your way as an opportunity to build alliances based upon your desire to get better at that. Very powerful technique. And it's part of the whole idea of not trying to do it alone. Perfectionists like to do it alone. They want to get everything right and then come out and present themselves to the world so they won't be criticized for that one small mistake, which of course I speak for myself as well, are always the most critical ones about. So we want to break that habit. It doesn't help us, and it particularly becomes more toxic as we move to a higher level.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's interesting, again, coming back to this perfectionism that's coming from, you know, one factor is obviously internal, is our nature, the way we think about ourselves. But I think, isn't there kind of something that's coming from the outside, like, you know, a cultural pressure, so to speak? So I've seen, you know, there have been a lot of studies and Harvard Business Review cases that showing that the success and likability positively correlated for men, but negatively correlated for women. So the more successful the woman is, the less, you know, kind of personal likability she's accepted, like she's receiving from her peers or colleagues or you, what have you. And why do you think this is happening? And how can we as women kind of, or maybe as a society, what can we do about it?
Well, I think the most effective thing we can do is to maximize the number of successful women that are out there, ourselves and our colleagues, our peers, people we want to support. I think to some degree, it's a result of, especially at more senior levels, it being rare for women to be in very top positions. So culturally, there's some discomfort around it. Okay, that's fine. Give them a chance to get used to it. We don't need to worry endlessly about our own likability. I mean, women, you know, how can I be more likable? That's, again, overthinking. I've never met a man thinking, I wonder how I can be more likable in my position. They just don't think about it. So we're trying to manage our perceptions and, you know, other people's perceptions of us. And that gives us an additional labor, an additional burden, in addition to doing a good job. All we can do is to do the best job we can within boundaries, without, you know, completely exhausting ourselves, and talk about it in very positive ways. You know, often using language of contribution, for example, instead of achievement. Talking about what we do as valuable information that could be helpful to other people, rather than, you know, that can just get us out of the whole idea of, oh, am I boasting or not? Those kind of language tricks can be very, very helpful. So when we do that, then we have to wait for people's perceptions to change. And for many people, those perceptions will change over time. You know, first I thought she was really very aggressive, but I've gotten to know her and, you know, I've realized she's just a great contributor. We've given them the language that what we're trying to do is be a contributor. So we give people a chance to change their minds. Will everybody change their mind? Of course they won't. You know, some people are dug in. They wish it would go back to the old days where they could, you know, tell whatever kind of joke they want in a meeting. And that's fine. You know, they're entitled to their perceptions of who is likable. We can't manage it. We can't get overly involved in it. All we can do is to get people used to the fact, guess what? We're here and, you know, we're doing this job. And, you know, I think that's a better path than worrying about, I don't think that whole likability business did many favors for women, really, because it just gave us another thing to overthink.
Exactly. And I think we're back to the point that, you know, we should focus on what we can actually control, right? And so kind of in the prior conversation here, we touched on kind of identifying the key habits that are holding us back. And so now we have identified those. We talked a little bit how to turn those bad habits into good habits, potentially, you know, building your networks, reaching out to people, enlisting people into your mentors. How can we reinforce that change? How can we, you know, institute it into our daily life and make sure that we are not falling back and kind of falling back into our prior perfection trap or what have you that we have been working on to eliminate?
Well, two things I think are important, Victoria. One is that we really want to use our language very intentionally. So we can build a brand or an identity based on what we are most interested in contributing and where we think our skills lie. I've now been doing one-day workshops on How Women Rise for almost 5 years. And what I find is the importance of language becomes more and more and more clear. And we want to use that intentionally. So that can really help. The other thing is, it's the best way to do this is to get help. The best way to do this is to be honest and to be real about what we're trying to get better at, to talk about it, to build relationships to some degree based on that, not as self-criticism, not like, oh, I'm such a jerk, I'm always, nothing like that, of course not. But like, one thing I've recognized is that I need to work on X. Do you have any suggestions for me? So getting open like that, is really, really, really can help us, and it can help remind us. One thing I've noticed, if I ask someone when I'm going into a room, and I've done this a lot when I'm giving a talk, I say, would you please notice, I've noticed recently that I do apologize too often. Even me, who's written about it, I do, I'll say, oh, sorry, when it doesn't need a sorry. If you notice me doing that, could you just draw my attention to it afterwards? Not like, Sally, you're using sorry again. But what I find is that when I do that, just seeing that person in the room serves as a reminder of what I'm doing, because I've told them this. So that's another advantage of being able to operate in this way that gets other people involved with what we're trying to contribute. And then again, as noted, being very intentional about the language we use so that we can send the message we most want to send about where we see our contributions in the job we have and in the future lying.
Mm-hmm. No, very, very powerful. And I'm taking a lot of notes here just for myself personally to refer back to. I think this has been so very valuable so far. And I really, again, appreciate you being here with us today. And so just taking a step back a little bit, we talked about how women are usually, very good at their jobs. They're very good at what they do. They're, very dedicated. As it comes to leadership, have you seen any, research, and what's your personal belief and your experience? Are women really better leaders than men, or men still, kind of hold the bar here for us?
Well, there's been a lot of research, and I'm not remembering the primary company that's done this, that had like 9 parameters for leadership, and what their findings were based on a very large survey was that women were better at 7, including motivating people, engaging people, seeing people's talents, building relationships, et cetera, communicating. But men excelled on 2, and one of those was being able to be seen as a visionary. That is a big picture thinker with big ideas about what could be true for the future. And sometimes they are, and sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're just good at positioning themselves as visionaries. I think this is something women can work on if they aspire to leadership, is work on how am I going to position myself as a visionary, that is a big picture thinker in this area of expertise that relates to my career, my sector, or my job. So be very intentional about that. Here's something that interests me in a profound way that can keep me engaged. This is sort of what I want my vision to be. The more clear we are about articulating that, and the bolder we are about it, the more we will overcome this perception that women are great at doing the job, but not always at the big picture, which is seen as understandably essential for leadership. Leaders have the ideas and they delegate doing the work. The other thing, though, that's important, and this goes to this business of putting your job before your career, when we do pour all our efforts into doing our job perfectly, we are also, in addition to showing we're ideal for that job, we are to some extent saying, I'm a detailed person, I'm not a big picture thinker. And organizations will often bifurcate that. I cannot tell you how many meetings I've been in organizations where they've been considering some female candidates for a very high job. Her name will come up, she's terrific at her job. She is so smart. She's so diligent. She's such a hard worker. People like her. But I think she's really more of a detail person because she's so superb at managing the details. So what are we doing there? We're working ourselves to the bone in order to demonstrate to the senior leadership team that we're not a potential leader because we're a detail person. So it's kind of, again, you can kind of control the language. It's so fascinating. I was doing a program a couple weeks ago in Ohio, and this woman told me a really interesting story. She was in biotech, and she had been passed over a couple times for a position that she had wanted. And she had developed some good, solid allyship relationships. So she went to a man who was very senior to her and said, I'm really not getting these bites for some of these jobs. And I want to know if you have any idea about why that's happening. And he said, I think that it's probably that you're really seen here as a scientist and not a leader. So you might want to work on that. And she wasn't sure what to do. So she just started talking about leadership all the time. Oh, I read this leadership book, or I went to this leadership course, or one thing that I'm thinking about what I want to develop as a future leader is she just started talking about leadership. She said, I felt like I was becoming a broken record. And guess what? The next performance evaluation she had, her boss used the word, he said, I think one thing you're really doing is showing that you're one of the future leaders in this company. Now, she was sort of setting the stage there. So that intentional creation of what our own identity is in the workplace is really important. And we all have the capacity to do that if we think it through, if we know what we really want to do, and if we start using language that positions us. So I think that's one way of getting out of the detail person versus visionary kind of trap that is an issue for a lot of women.
Yeah, amazing. And I think it kind of goes back to your prior point about building your brand, being intentional about your words, right? And kind of how you communicate and just say it, right? Be more open about what you would like to achieve. I think that's very, very inspiring story for sure. And that's also an example of how, in this particular example that you just shared, how a woman worked with men perfectly, again, maybe her ally, advocate, but in a workplace, in our day-to-day, what are some of the ways that we can work better with men, or just regardless of genders, right? How can we just make sure that we are working together effectively? What are some of the ways, women can adjust their behaviors, and men too, to kind of come together?
Well, women are more accustomed to adjusting their behaviors than men are. I don't notice a big problem with men adjusting their behaviors in order to be perceived in a certain way by women, particularly. I don't see that. They're certainly more aware of what's acceptable in the workplace now than they would have been some years ago. But that business of they're more likely to undermanage other people's perceptions of them, whereas women are more likely to overmanage. But some of the things that women can really do, male allies are very much built on the idea of helping one another. It can be a fairly transactional relationship at times. You help me with this, I'll help you with that. You raise my visibility with these people, I'll raise your visibility with those people. So that's how it works. And so I think that to building strong relationships with men that, in a way that will benefit us and other women, one of the things we can do is we can say, what would be helpful to you? I'm very much here to support you. What would be most helpful? How can I do that? Not letting the evolve into a relationship where you're constantly helping them and they're never helping you, but just taking the first step. We can take the first step, and we don't have to wait till we're at a senior level in order to do that. We can do that at a junior level. We can nominate them and tell them, I got this thing, I got an email the other day asking me to nominate somebody who was particularly good at this, or, a contribution somebody made, whatever your field is, what a contribution. And I decided to nominate you, just wanted to let you know. So that kind of thing says to him, she's an ally, she's an asset, she's invested in helping me grow my career. And that sets you up for making all kinds of, for treating them as an ally, as a potential ally. So I think getting, I'm remembering back in junior high and high school, the girls didn't ask the boys to dance. If they didn't ask us, the girls sat in the corner or hovered around the sideline. So we kind of get used to the idea of being asked. And one thing we want to do to see some momentum is making requests and making offers, doing both often, being, if there's something that we've done that I was in a meeting 2 weeks ago with that same client, and one thing I said that really seemed to resonate with them was X. And I just wanted to share that because I know you're going into a meeting with that client, or I know you're going to be, having dinner, whatever, visiting that client in San Francisco. And I thought it might be helpful information for you to know what they had responded to so well and what I said. So again, what are you doing? Number one, you're sharing helpful information with them. You're showing that you care about their success. That you have an ally frame of mind. You are also at the same time letting them know that you had a real success with something. So that plays to your benefit. So those are the kinds of things that I think we can be much more proactive about. Notice I didn't say we can be much better about. When women do this, we're fabulous at it. I mean, we really are great at doing this when we get in the habit of doing it. So I think it's a question of being proactive. I'm nominating you, I'm recommending you. I told whoever it is, the big boss, the big cheese, a client, I told them about the terrific job you had done on this project, or, how hard you'd worked and what a great contribution you'd made, that kind of thing. Just let them know. Again, it goes to that openness, transparency, sharing, treating them as allies first, if it is really good practice.
I want to make sure we get to your recent book, Rising Together, too, and just talk a little bit about what can organizations do, on organizational level to help promote, to support advancement of females within their organizations.
Yeah, well, in Rising Together, what I was really trying to do, I had been at I was doing a women's leadership program at the Construction Super Conference in Las Vegas, where there were about 6,000 men and maybe 300 women. And so I anticipated that the workshop was going to be all women. And instead, it was about 2/3 men, which kind of reflected the reality. And so I started asking some of the men why they'd shown up. And it was really interesting to me because at the beginning they said things like, we've got to get better at attracting and retaining women, and building, we understand there's a business case for it. To remain competitive, we need to get better. So there was that conversation, which, in my world, people have been having for about 25 years. The business case, let's build the business case. And then one guy stood up and said something to me I'll never forget. He said, look, we understand, we get it. We've been talking about this for decades. We need to get better at it. We know why, we know the reasons. That's where the talent pool is, but we don't know how to do it. We don't have an idea of how to do it. So what I tried to do in Rising Together was write a book that on one hand identified behaviors that people could practice that would position them to build effective relationships with those they felt, those they may perceive as being different from themselves, because we do a lot of identifying difference and identifying ourselves very specifically around our difference. But let's look at how we define what we have in common too. The other thing I did in that book was I identified some of the triggers that undermine people in building effective relationships, because those are important. We may have very good intention, but we get triggered because we think, oh, that's unfair. You know, what that person just said right now was unfair. So then all our good intentions about how we're going to build a relationship with them kind of go out the window or become much more complicated. We get focused on how someone communicates. I didn't like that joke he told. It wasn't really bad, but it didn't resonate with me. Well, so what? You know, let's move on. We don't want to get so we're constantly judging people on their communication habits. You know, I talked to some younger women in an organization. It was very interesting. They said, you know, one of the things that's most problematic for them is they can't get anybody to pronounce their name correctly. And so, you know, teaching people, that's one of the things you need to do. That's an essential skill. So I think that organizations can really benefit from, and it's what I tried to provide in Rising Together, from understanding the behaviors and especially holding leadership team to account for acting on those behaviors, the behaviors that are most likely to engage people who are likely to feel a little bit outside of the mainstream, because guess what? They are outside what has been defined as the traditional leadership mainstream. So I think that, and then an awareness of these triggers, which I really go into in some detail in the book. So what I'm trying to do a little bit is to change the conversation in D&I to be more focused on how we can address specific habits rather than going endlessly over the reasons that we need to.
This has been amazing, truly amazing, Sally. I'm so glad we were able to have you here with us today. I think everybody has learned so much, and you know, the fact that your books are bestsellers and sold in so many different languages, I think it's amazing to just spread that awareness, right? And understand that, again, we cannot do it alone. Let's all work together. And it would be amazing if we could have you back for another conversation, because there is so much to talk about. But today has been an absolute pleasure. So thank you so much for joining us.
Very enjoyable, Victoria. Thank you for the opportunity.
Perfect. Thank you. And with that, I would like to turn this over to one of the other CWIM co-founder, Christine Tinker, for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Victoria and Sally, for such an eye-opening conversation and the helpful tips to be our best selves and realize our full potential. Helping women rise and rising together is what Collaborative WIM is all about. So we couldn't have asked for a better way to wrap up a day of sessions designed to inspire and equip us for personal and professional advancement. On behalf of the Collaborative WIM team, we thank our hosts at CFA Societies Alabama, Sacramento, and Cyprus. And we extend our gratitude to our sponsors and to all of you for joining us and taking this journey with us. We also want to give special thanks to our CWIM advisors and CWIM ambassadors, who we proudly feature on our website at collaborativewim.org. Please check them out. And if you haven't yet, follow us on LinkedIn and subscribe to the CWIM newsletter for all the latest announcements from our friends and allies all over the globe. And on the topic of being part of a global community, we encourage you to explore CWIM Connect, our new networking series, and a platform to build meaningful relationships regardless of your location and whether you're a recent graduate or a seasoned executive. We've had amazing feedback so far, and you can sign up directly on the CWIM website, choosing between 2 participation options. This message concludes our summit program. We're so happy you joined us today to connect, collaborate, and celebrate. We hope you gained some valuable takeaways and made new connections. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.